Recording in progress.
speaker on? A one, a two, a 1, 2, 3. The open session to hear public comment before closed session is now beginning. Roll call, please.
For the record, Councilmember Bana and Councilmember Willis will be absent for the entire meeting. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, agency representatives. This is labor negotiation. Agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations, SEIU, Local 1021. Full-time and part-time units, IFPTE, Local 21. Mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188. Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C2 is Public Employee Performance Evaluation, titles City Clerk and City Attorney. Item C3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation. This is significant exposure to litigation. There are 2 cases, and we do not have any requests to address the council.
All right, if there are no comments, then this session is closed, so we can retire to closed session. Let us begin. Thank you. We are now beginning the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
For the record, Councilmember Bana and Councilmember Willis will be absent for the entire meeting. Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
Okay.
Next item.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Hearing none. Oh, I'm sorry.
For item-
Councilmember Robinson.
Items O4D,
04E,
O4D.
D
It's
like
a-
dog?
D as in dog, O4D. It's a TCC grant, so because Urban Health is involved with TCC, yeah. So this is a conflict of interest having to do with O4D, which is a consideration of a TCC
Oh.
related. No? What is it?
I don't know what, I know there, it's on here, but I don't know what O4B is for.
maybe look at 04B like boy,
B? Oh, yeah,
like
sorry,
boy.
B.
B, okay.
04B.
So
Alright.
just, yeah, conflict of interest with that one.
So you will recuse yourself from
Yes.
the vote for O4B.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Any others? Hearing none. Next item.
Our next item is agenda review, and items 04D like dog, and that's the amendment number 1 with safe organized spaces, the SOS amendment, and item 07A, that's position control amendment. Those items will be continued to the March 26th meeting.
Any other items? Yes, Councilmember Robinson.
Can I pull item O3A? I did ask questions about it, but I'd like to have a discussion with the full council.
Okay.
Removed.
03A has been pulled and will be heard at the end of the regular session.
Okay.
Any other changes? All right, if not, then we'll move on to the next item.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
So in the closed session meeting, we had a matter concerning labor negotiations with the city's various bargaining units. We discussed an item, and direction was given for further negotiations concerning that item. The public employee performance evaluation position for the title of city clerk and the title of city attorney, those items were not discussed. We had exposure to litigation in 2 cases. We did not we reported on a case. There was no reportable action taken. However, there has been a matter of controversy concerning the pickleball and the Craneway. Concerning that matter, just to report so the public is aware of what is happening with regards to that. And there will be on the next week's council meeting agenda, we will have a public presentation concerning that matter so that the public is informed. There's been a lot of stuff in the media and that people are aware of. So we are going to prepare a report and bring that back. But we have sent a letter to the developer concerning their project and the fact of the State Lands Commission previously determined that the project that was proposed was not consistent with the trust agreement. There's been modifications to the project, but we're still not satisfied that all the issues that were raised previously have been addressed, and we will be doing a follow-up letter to the State Lands Commission concerning the modified use. But in terms of a more complete public report, that will be on your next agenda, and we just wanted the public to be aware of the status of that.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. This week, we have a number of events to note. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the upcoming activities and a recap for the annual Sisters in Solidarity event. Next slide. It was held at the Lavanya Dijon Middle School. I want to thank everyone that participated in the planning and specifically acknowledge Trina Jackson, our project coordinator and council liaison. She always helps lead this effort with 19 other organizations that co-sponsored the event, and there were over 150 participants. And so for those of you who were there, it was a nice event, and we really enjoyed ourselves. Next slide. Recently, we completed promotions in the Richmond Fire Department, and a badge pinning ceremony took place. We had promotions in for fire engineers, fire captains, and fire inspector, as well as our training director. KCRT also recorded the event, so if you'd like to view the video, it's available online. This is really exciting that we have our internal staff being promoted and growing through the ranks and advancing their professional career. Next slide. We also had recently the Love Your Block event at Lucas Park, and so we had a gardening party led by the Urban Forestry Advisory Committee to help take care of that space, and really thanks to all the volunteers for helping beautify the community. Next slide. Also, another item that's extremely important for our Richmond Fire Department is that we've begun to offer behavioral health classes, and this is extremely crucial for firefighters and all public safety in addressing common issues like PTSD, depression, substance abuse, and suicide. And really want to thank Amy Arison, HR Project Manager, and Sharon Taylor, HR Director, for the work that they've done to bring this program to fruition. It's really exciting, and it's a great resource for our fire department. Next slide. Another announcement that you've recently received in your email from LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager, and also want to thank Stephanie Nye and all the city staff that supported the development of this grant opportunity in community services. There's $750,000 has been provided from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research to support our neighborhood councils. And this grant is starting up in just a couple of months in June 2024, and it'll last for a year and a half through January 2026. There's going to be lots of fun activities that happen community-wide, and we're really excited to roll out this program that's going to be focused on neighbor-to-neighbor interactions and community building. Next slide. In terms of job opportunities, we want to lift up the plumbers, and Steve Finner's UA Local 159 has their 2024 apprenticeship program available. These are good, high-paying, high-quality jobs. The dates are noted here, March 25th and April 5th, 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and 1:30 to 3 p.m. If you'd like more information, you can call 925-229-0400. Next slide. It's already time for budget season. It's our favorite time of year. It's almost like the holidays here at City Hall. April 6th, April 11th, and April 24th, we'll be having our annual budget hearings. We encourage you to come out and participate and get an update on the city's budget and our finances, and city staff from various departments will be there to answer questions. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you. So considering that the budget season is a holiday, will we be providing eggs?
We will have some light refreshments.
Okay. All right. Next item.
Our next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to thank Trina and all of the organizers of the Sister in Solidarity. It was a really great event, and thank you for participating and making this awesome event. I also want to recognize that the 23rd merchants are here. They are going to be speaking, I believe, in public comments. So looking forward to hearing all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. First of all, I want to start off with saying Happy Nowruz. One of our colleagues, Councilmember Bana, is not here today because she is celebrating Nowruz, and Nowruz is a Persian holiday, but it's the beginning of spring at about 8 o'clock, 8:06, I think it's when it officially starts, the beginning of spring. So I just want to say Happy Nowruz. Also, I attended the Point Richmond Dumpster Day. It was a really great day there. They also had, they started this thing where they started pulling things to the side that were still somewhat usable. So it was more of a reuse, recycle, reduce. Instead of just dumping it into the dumpster, people were putting books. There was a big chair, a sofa, a lot of really good things that people were taking back home to reuse. So somebody's trash became somebody else's treasure. So that was pretty cool there. I want to invite everyone to my second annual District 2 strategy meeting, April 6th, from 10 to 2 at Bridge Arts Space. We're going to be discussing or strategizing and meeting about the community, concerns, questions. So everyone's invited. You don't have to be in District 2. Everyone's invited to it. One of the things we're going to have is a presentation about the Richmond Parkway and discussing the future of it. WIGTAC, the agency, will be coming out to give us an update on it. And invite people as well to the Richmond Shimada Friendship Commission meet and greet. We have individuals visiting us from Japan. They'll be here tomorrow. If you guys want to come and join us, they'll be here at Civic Center Plaza for anyone who wants to come and meet with them. We have the youth visiting us.
At what time?
It's tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I am very excited. I want to thank the mayor for appointing our last remaining ECIA committee members. The ECIA is a committee that I've been pushing more people to volunteer for. We have met for the very first time in many, 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 many years. So very excited. You're going to start seeing actions coming in from that committee in regards to transportation, but not just any type of transportation, but it's green transportation for the city of Richmond. So very excited for that. And also to invite people over to the Spring Fling event happening in Point Richmond this Saturday, starting at 10 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
Hello, so I wanted to just report back a little bit on some of the work we do at the Recycle More board. I know that that's not a board that people are really familiar with. It's a board that deals with our solid waste collections, our trash. And you know, we spent a lot of time talking about trash. And actually this last week during the board meeting, we talked a lot about the relationship between our solid waste contract and illegal dumping, and how the fees and, you know, what gets picked up and what doesn't for which residences are really connected to some of the issues that we're experiencing in illegal dumping. And I felt like it was a really, great generative conversation. It made me really understand why we spend time sitting on that board, and hopefully we can get to a place where the Recycle More JPA Joint Authority Powers Agreement gets a little bit more creative about addressing our waste proactively and not just retroactively when things are already being dumped in our neighborhoods. So I really look forward to our work on that board going in that direction to really, proactively addressing things so we can stop some of the dumping that's happening throughout our community. So I just wanted to make sure that people, start getting some report back from what we're trying to do there. And then I wanted to make sure that everyone in District 3 who lives in the Coronado and Eastern Village area knows that we have a dumpster day coming up this weekend, Saturday, 8 to 12 p.m. I'm gonna be going door to door with some volunteers so people can get the exact addresses of all those dumpsters who live in our neighborhood, dropping off flyers. If you see me, say hey. If you see our volunteers, say hey. But we're going to try to, at least clean up our neighborhoods when we have the opportunity to with these free dumpster days. So look out over the next few days. We're going to be going door to door within 2 blocks of all of the 5 different locations where there'll be dumpsters. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to start out by echoing that Recycle More discussion that we had at the last meeting was excellent, talking about various reuse programs that we could potentially set up. I also want to thank everyone who organized the Sisters in Solidarity event. It was wonderful. So a shout out to Trina Jackson and the other planning members, or the other members of the planning committee did a great job. In addition, I want to say we have a date for the launch of the Farmers Market in Marina Bay. So the Farmers Market in Marina Bay will have its first market day on Sunday, April 7th from 10 to 2 in the Marina Bay Park parking lot. So, and then every Sunday from 10 to 2 at that same location, the Farmers Market will set up, and we'll have a wonderful gathering place and place for people to buy healthy food and prepared foods, and there might be some entertainment that we'll have later in the afternoon rather than in the morning. It's going to be a great launch, and it's going to be a great farmers market to add to the wonderful farmers market that we already have. And we do have a lease on the agenda today to move the farmers market from Barrett to in front of the library. That's where it used to be, and that's where it was much more successful, according to the farmers. So we're moving it back. So we'll have 2 great locations, 2 great farmers markets in Richmond. So that's exciting. And the last thing I want to mention is that I mention this every week, but I want to keep building excitement for the April 13th Literacy Festival. That's a Saturday, April 13th from 10 to 2. The Literacy Festival will take place in the Richmond Auditorium. It's a free event. We have a great program planned. There'll be free books. There'll be free food. There'll be lots of vendors and tables, and just great fun for everyone. So, yeah, lots of good things coming up.
Thank you. And finally, I went to a conference over the weekend, and the delta of conferences is that you miss so many great activities that are happening here in the city. But the alpha is that you learned a lot of new things. I went to the Civic Well Conference, March 14th through the 17th. Used to be known as the Local Government Commission, and it's for policymakers. The former Mayor Butt attended and was honored for his 27 years of service. He said that some of his best ideas came from this conference, and something that I learned was that many cities have a railroad commission where citizens, the city, can have conversations with the railroads that run through them. So this might be a good idea, but I would like to get feedback from the public to see whether or not you think it's a good idea for the city to have a railroad commission so that we can have these conversations. And the other thing, the boards and commissions. We need more commissioners on the boards. The Arts and Culture Commission has 5 vacancies. The Community Police Review, 3 vacancies. Commission on Aging, 3 vacancies. The Design Review Board, 3 vacancies. We need more people on the Design and Review Board to make sure that they meet quorum. If any one of them is absent, they don't have quorum and business can't be taken care of. The ECIA Transportation Oversight Committee still has 2 vacancies. Economic Development Commission, 4 vacancies. Housing Advisory Commission, 2 vacancies. Human Relations Committee, Commission, 3 vacancies. Parks, Recreation and Parks Commission, 2 vacancies. The Richmond Fund Children Youth Oversight Board, 7 vacancies. The Richmond Shimada Friendship Commission, 3 vacancies. The Richmond Youth Council, 6 vacancies. So let's get the youth involved in city politics. If you know of any youth who would like to participate, please have them fill out forms. And then the Richmond Joshan Friendship Commission, 7 vacancies. So there's lots and lots of work that you as citizens can do for the city. You know, ask not what the city can do for you, but what you can do for the city. And I just laid out a whole list of things that you can be doing. Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity for the public to make comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Everyone will be limited to 2 minutes. We have a total of 25 in-person speakers. As you approach the podium, please state your name, and your city of residence is optional. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. If there's anyone joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. So we'll hear all the speakers in-house first. And just as a reminder, item 03A has been removed from the agenda, so you'd have to wait until that item is called later on in the agenda. Item 07A, and that is the position control amendment, and 04D, that is the amendment, first amendment for the SOS contract. Those items have been continued until March 26th. Okay, I'll call our first group of speakers. As I call your name, please just line up at the speaker's podium. Diana Ware, Vanessa Callaway, Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, Mark Wasberg, Rocio Martinez, Rigo Mendoza, Gonzala Ochoa, Angelica Gomez, and Carol Lopez. Please come forward. Diana Ware.
My name is Diana Ware, and I am a Richmond resident.
Diana, hold on. Your microphone's not on.
Press the red button. Yeah, okay, there you go.
My name is Diana Ware, and I am a Richmond resident. It is with pride and purpose that I come before you tonight to commend the Richmond Rent Program. Little did I know nearly a decade ago when I canvassed and campaigned with Councilmember Willis and others on this issue that I would be called upon by a very dear friend to help him navigate a tenant petition. He was enduring a harrowing rental situation. Justice has been served by the city stepping up and demanding that the landlord correct the awful conditions. I want to acknowledge the rent program, building codes, and the mayor's office staff who treated us from start to finish with professionalism, knowledge, kindness, and respect. I also call out Councilmember Willis. I'm sorry he's not here tonight, for his longtime steadfast support of this issue, both in our city and as well as his day job. And as with you, city leaders, I hope you will all take a collective bow, knowing that rent control is just worthy and operationalized so well in our fair city. This whole enterprise deserves commendation. Brava.
Vanessa Callaway.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Vanessa Callaway, and I am here as the project manager for ERF1. It's been brought to my attention that there are some questions as to what I actually do from some of the council members as well as some community members. And I just wanted to shed some light on some things. Our ERF2 was approved December 19th, executed January 24th. Subcontractors began February 5th. As of now, we have 30 people in our navigation centers. We've served over 154 lunches, 179 dinners, and we're providing a lot of wraparound services. As a project manager for Castro, it was just me from August until January. We had CORE, which provided 2 staff. However, we didn't get housing navigation and all those other services until after January. But in collaboration and in building relationships, we partnered with Richmond Pacific Railroad, and through the partnership that Way to Love provided with this organization, they provided services, over $300,000 in services and manpower, as well as the use of their equipment. Mr. Pat O'Driscoll says that you can give him a call, 510-307-4018, to verify. Also, we brought in other numerous services, and so it's disheartening to know that the council and some of our community members don't understand what goes into this work. It's more than just what we're doing. Is a lifestyle, and it's not just when we're on the clock, it's actually when we're off the clock as well. All service providers are putting their life on the line for those that are living on the street. And so the next time we send an invite out, it'd be nice if some of the council members can come to the events that we're inviting you to so you can actually see firsthand what's taking place. Have a great one.
Rick Perez.
Good evening, everybody. I see that word nepotism on here, and you guys ain't talking about that, but that's what Wallace Jensen was hired under, was nepotism. His father-in-law was a detective, I understand. And it's just, he was recommended for non-hire, all this stuff I've told you guys before. And the reason, though, it comes to mind is like we see what's going on in Dublin at the correctional facility, how what kind of guys are they hiring out there? It's a lot of these police are they let this power thing get to them real easily, and thank God none of those women over there got murdered, but they still are traumatized. And the other thing too was how, watching all this political stuff go down, and how these politicians smear each other and stuff. And I've said this before to you guys as well, that my son was smeared by Chris Magnus and the whole police department, for that matter. I don't think Bisa would resort to those tactics, but hopefully she's never put to that test. But it's just really, I can't describe how hard it is when you lose your son, your only child. And and then for the city to want me to, get over it, be done with it and stuff, it's hard to do. I'm thankful for what the city is doing for us, but it still doesn't bring him back. So thank you guys, and I appreciate you listening to me.
Patricia Perez.
Our family is very grateful that after 9 years of speaking out, about how profoundly wrong the killing of P.D. Perez is, the third mayor of Richmond, Eduardo Martinez, and also the third Richmond chief of police, Bisa French, and with huge help from council members Melvin Willis and Soheila Bana, the city of Richmond has acknowledged that there was never any reason to kill P.D. Perez, an age 24 young man who never did anything to deserve what he got. Under Mayor Gail McLaughlin, too little was known, and soon she was replaced by Tom Butt, who never cared. Tom Butt joined together with the then chief, Chris Magnus, in a huge cover-up of the killing of PD, who had zero type of any weapon whatsoever. These two co-conspirators thought our family would burn out and shut up. Our long struggle has finally gained the acknowledgement that what happened to PD is woefully wrong and it never should have happened. Nothing will ever bring PD back, but maybe our efforts will prevent this hell from happening to your son or grandson. It has been almost 10 years now since PD was killed. We feel that he's looking down, watching, and is pleased that we are fighting this wrongdoing. Wallace Jensen will be rewarded in due time. Thank you.
Mark Wassberg, followed by Rico Martinez.
There's two types of immigrants, legal and illegal. The legal immigrant goes through the system, pays their money, knows about our laws, background checks, pay their money, then they're American citizen. An illegal alien comes to my country, illegally, the U.S., is a convicted felon already, have no constitutional rights, no paperwork, breaking all laws, welfare fraud, voter fraud, Social Security fraud, giving their employers fraudulent Social Security numbers, because this is why they're being deported, and they have no constitutional rights. They have no right to be in the United States, and they know that. They're just being a bunch of criminals. And now they're coming in, cold-blooded killers, drug dealers, killing American people, and our government, our federal government, is sponsoring this. Can you imagine that? They take a note to the Constitution, and Joe Biden, that no good son of a bitch, had the right to say, oh, I'm so sorry, call them illegal immigrants. It goes to show how two-faced that no good son of a bitch is. But when Trump becomes president, there's going to be a massive deportation. And all these people are going to start going back. But see, people just can't comprehend, especially the Democratic Party, that these illegal immigrants are criminals. And just amazing how many Lakins going to have to be murdered, huh? It might be your children next, getting their head crushed in by an illegal immigrant. And McLaughlin was over there doing when she was mayor, stopping the police checkpoints for illegal immigrants to drive illegally, telling the police chief not to deal with ICE. What a piece of crap.
Rocio Martinez, followed by Rigo Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rocio Martinez with the 23rd Street Merchants Association. Along with the merchants, for a year now, we have been trying to get help regarding the many street vendors on 23rd Street that are affecting our business. We first spoke with the police department, and they told us that it was up to the city to help us. Then we had a meeting with the city departments, including city councils, and they told us that it was something for the health department since it was related to food. We called another meeting with the health department, the city department, city councils, and they told us that with the new laws regarding the street vendors, it was necessary to educate them so that the vendors could obtain the right permits. 3 of the business owners on 23rd Street volunteered to help the city and the health department with workshops. Rigo personally took it up to himself to hand-deliver the flyers to the food vendors and told them that it was important for them to attend the workshop so they could obtain that information. Education consisted of 2 workshops in English and Spanish in October. Unfortunately, not many attended the meeting. This shows that they're not interested in getting the proper permits like the rest of us who are paying permits and taxes. We have done some research, and found that cities like Walnut Creek, Hercules, and ENIAC Martinez have implemented several amendments to SB 946 without interfering with the law that will help local businesses that are being affected by the street vendors. The amendment requires food vendors to obtain a permit that regulates and prevents safety, traffic, and health risks and well-being of the community and promotes the responsibility of vendors. We would like to see the same regulations implemented to our city. You guys have a copy as well. Thank you.
Rigo Mendoza, followed by Gonzalo Ochoa.
Buenas noches, yo soy Rigoberto Mendoza y vengo aquí tengo aquí a la señorita que es la que nos va a traducir a la mayoría de nosotros. Y yo estoy aquí porque con la City Council, varios de los City Councils y la policía de Richmond, hemos hecho varios meetings acerca de los vendedores de comida por la calle 23 y también en la ciudad de Richmond en general, y no nos han hecho mucho caso. Entonces nosotros hemos indagado que otras ciudades han seguido las reglas como el gobernador de California las ha implementado y otras ciudades lo han hecho, menos aquí en la ciudad de Richmond, y nos gustaría que nos dieran un poco de resultados y ayuda. Últimamente nos han ayudado con la policía y la policía nos está ayudando bastante y nos gustaría que ustedes también nos ayuden. Gracias.
So you'll have 2 minutes to translate. Go ahead.
So I came here to translate on part of Rigo. So what he has been mentioning about is like about the issues going on of the street vendors in the 23rd Street. He has been seeing like about the impacts on food vendors, about the things that is going on, such as like business owners being affected by it. And he also has been mentioned that the Senate Bill 946, which was a law implemented in the state of California under the signature Governor Newsom, implemented that all this bill will implement in all cities across California. And so, as he mentioned, also the Walnut Creek, Hercules, Martinez, and other cities of the Contra Costa County has been implemented except in Richmond. And he wants to see that resolution kind of like pass here in the city to be implemented with the Senate Bill 946. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Gonzalo Ochoa, followed by Angelica Gomez.
Buenas noches, Mayor y City Council members. Mi nombre es Gonzalo Ochoa, soy el presidente de la Asociación de la Calle 23. Debido a los vendedores ambulantes, los negocios se han visto afectados por ellos. Nos dimos la tarea de traerles unas ordenanzas de otros condados para que las implementen. Por ser ustedes servidores de la comunidad, no les interesa y pequeños negocios que lo que están sufriendo para pagar sus rentas y empleados. Y como presidente de la asociación, exigimos que tomen acción y se resuelvan el problema que tenemos. ¿Puedo hablarlo? Can I speak? I'm going to try to translate. Yeah. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Gonzalo Ochoa, President of the 23rd Street Merchants Association. Due to the street vendors, other businesses have been affected with them. We took the text to bring them ordinance from other cities so they could implement them, because if it seems that you as a community servants are not interested in the restaurants and the small businesses are suffering for paying our rent, employees are as a president of the merchants, we demand to take an action and resolve this issue. Thank you.
Angelica Gomez, followed by Carol Lopez.
Hola, buenas noches. Lo único que quiero comentar es que tengo 10 años con mi negocio en la Lincoln y 23, y en este último año hemos tenido varios problemas de tiroteos. Este domingo pasado, 17, dispararon 2 balas a nuestro negocio. Afortunadamente nadie salió herido. Realmente mi negocio está siendo muy afectado con estos tiroteos y con los vendedores ambulantes. Por favor, ayúdenos a que nosotros sigamos con nuestro negocio adelante, porque de ahí mantenemos nuestra familia y mantenemos a varias personas. Gracias.
So here for behalf of Angelica, she has been mentioning that she's a business owner on the 23rd Street for over 10 years. And there was a concurring event of a shooting that happened on March 17, and which kind of affected her business. And she has also mentioned that she has been affected over so, and she wants kind of the issues like to be resolved around the city, and also with about the street vendors, that is also a concern for her. She has mentioned that due to the fact that this is her business where she maintains her economic, her family to support, anything. This is her business to stay secure.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Lopez. And will the following group of speakers please come forward? Pablo Perez, Salvador Rodriguez, Joaquin Rodriguez, Juan Nunez, Nancy Lee, Daniela Perez, Daniel Navarro, Juan Luis Carrello, Myrna Peraza, and Cesar Segura. Okay, Carol.
My name is Carol López. Tengo un negocio en la calle 23 en Richmond por 12 años, pero también me he visto muy afectada por los comercios o por las personas que están poniendo negocios ilegalmente. Nosotros pagamos impuestos, nosotros pagamos rentas, pagamos trabajadores, pagamos seguros, y nuestros negocios están demasiado afectados porque hay muchos vendedores ambulantes que obviamente no tienen ninguna regulación, ningún permiso ni nada. Yo formé parte de un comité que pidieron para hacer aquí en la ciudad, de lo cual hasta ahorita no hemos visto ningún resultado. Nos reunimos varias veces, dimos ideas, trajeron como regulaciones de otros condados, nada nos ha funcionado y hasta ahorita no hemos visto ninguna respuesta de la ciudad. Lo han intentado tal vez, se han reunido con nosotros, pero no hemos visto resultados. Y necesitamos resultados porque nosotros seguimos pagando renta, seguimos pagando impuestos, tenemos familias que mantener. Gracias.
So I came here to translate about her concern. So she's also a business owner at the 23rd Street, and she has been for over 12 years now. So as a business owner, she has, like, as she mentioned, like about the street vendors, they don't have to pay like any sort of rent or like any permits. Well, into her situation, she has to pay taxes to the city, the county, and the state. And she also has to pay like the permit fees and everything that goes along. And she has been gone to the committee to resolve this issue. But unfortunately, there hasn't been any results. So she wants the help and improvement from the city to collaborate and solve the issue of the illegal street vending. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pablo Perez, followed by Salvador Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes, yo represento a mi negocio, es el restaurante El Chaparro. Yo represento el restaurante El Chaparro. Entonces yo vengo aquí para poder a unirme con el grupo de la unión de todos los comerciantes de los negocios, porque hemos sido muy afectados en cuestión de los vendedores ambulantes. Nosotros pagamos aseguranza de edificio, pagamos aseguranza de empleados, pagamos renta, pagamos luz, siempre nos visitan muchas regularizaciones como los inspectores de la comida, como los estación de bomberos, todo eso tenemos que pagar nosotros. Entonces, pues, a los de la calle no pagan nada. Entonces queremos que nos ayuden con ese problema. Eso es todo, muchas gracias.
Okay, so another street business owner. So he has a location at the 23rd Street, and he also wants to talk about the concern that him as a business owner, he pays the fees for rent, permits, insurance fees. And in sort of a way, he also expressed about like the issue of the street vendors that they don't have to pay any sort of fees or any rent, which is kind of like a concern for him. and especially he pays a lot of like payments for the city and also for the state too. And he also wants kind of like of a collaboration that maybe in the future the city of Richmond will take in consideration the issue of the street vending, and that's it.
Okay. Our next speaker is Salvador Rodriguez, followed by Joaquin Rodriguez. Salvador?
Good evening. All of you, city councils. My name is Joaquin Rodriguez. I'm a business owner in Richmond for over 37 years. And I have never seen these kind of issues with the street vendors that have been affecting all our business. All these people that are just seeing here behind me, they are being very affected about all of these issues with the street vendors. So we need, please, to help us to resolve this. We've been trying already for like about a year and a half already with the meetings, with the city staff, police, and so far nothing been happen with this. So please help us resolve this matter, please. You guys are city council, you guys are responsible, you guys are running the city, so please take in consideration of all these businesses that are suffering this problem, okay? We pay taxes, insurances, rent, and we are very regulated with all the city and health department. So these people just come and sit in there on the sidewalk, and who regulate them? They don't pay taxes, they don't pay any kind of permits, nothing. No insurance, no rent, no nothing. They are making all the money. And what about all these small businesses? I don't know if you guys don't see the problem, but I invite you guys to
Your time is
walk
expired.
on the city on the weekend, Saturday or Sunday, to see
Salvador.
what's going on, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Joaquin Rodriguez, and followed by Juan Nunez.
Hello, I'm just here to see if we can find the answers we've been asking for. I'm the owner of Bionicos Yahualica. The problem we're having is the smoke shop that's right next to us. I don't know if you guys are aware of the crime that's been happening there and what's been taken care of besides police being there. There's nothing else being taken care of. You guys would not take your kids to get ice cream when next door there's shootings every other weekend, or how many times has it been? Next door there's a barbershop. You now would take your kids to get a haircut when this is happening next door. So why are we allowing these smoke shops to be in our neighborhoods? I'm pretty sure you guys will never take your kids to a place like this. And if you want more evidence, I'm pretty sure you can talk to the police chief, and she will explain to you what's going on these smoke shops. And I see them popping everywhere in the city. I don't know who's responsible for opening them up, but we need to get to those people and make them understand what's bringing it to the community. It's nothing good for us. It's flavored tobaccos. You can walk into the store and you can tell me what is the good purpose of one of the smoke shops in our neighborhood. And if I'm not at the right place to talk about this, I would like to know. There's no other way to go, or this is going to be taking the small business out of there so the smoke shop can stay open. Thank you.
Juan Nunez, followed by Nancy Liu.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Juan Antonio Núñez. Como ya escucharon a todos nuestros compañeros de la 23, venimos con la misma petición todos, ¿verdad? Nosotros tenemos un restaurante en la 23. A mediaciones del año pasado yo tenía 6 empleados. Terminé el año con 3 y empecé el año con 2 y mi esposo y yo. Toda a consecuencia de la multitud de comida en la calle. Personas que venden comida sin permiso, sin regulación de salubridad, sin regulación de bomberos, la grasa, a nosotros nos regulan la grasa, nos exigen muchas cosas que cuestan dinero. Renta, aseguranza, todo cuesta dinero. Nos exigen que paguemos con cheque, ¿verdad? Y, o sea, los que trabajan afuera, todo su dinero es libre. Libre. Aparte de eso, reportan que no tienen ni empleo. En cambio, nosotros reportamos todo a la IRS, a la ciudad, al condado. O sea, en círculo salimos perdidos. Entonces, ¿qué va a pasar si ustedes no nos ayudan? Todo va a quedar cerrado y dependemos de ustedes como autoridad de la ciudad. Gracias.
So on behalf of another business owner, he talks about the issue, kind of like the street vending, and he sees the concern that he started off as with 6 employees, but then moved from 6 to 3, then from 3 to 2, which was all kind of regards due to the street vending, kind of like in the 23rd Street. And his concern was about like, without the street vendors are making more profit than the actual business owners themselves in the 23rd Street. It's like saying that, oh, street vendors are making more money. They don't have to pay any rent or any fees, or they don't even have the proper regulations. And so his concern is that if you guys work with us to make it more accessible to street vendors, to obtain proper inspections, to proper permissions, it will be really appreciated, because it's you guys that you had to make our commitment to become for what the city has to do and protect its citizens too.
Nancy Liu, followed by Daniela Perez.
Dear Mayor and the City Council members, my name is Nancy Liu, and my family, actually my parents and me and my husband, own a laundromat on 23rd Street since 1979. After my parents retired, my husband and me running the place until he passed away. So I am now the only owner of this so-called laundromat. The reason I'm here today, just to get to the point, is my current business partner who has a taco truck set up by my laundromat. And he asked me to come over to talk to the council and the mayor, of course. We really felt, the reason I'm here is that I wanted to be a support for so-called the sidewalk vendors. During the weekends, according to my partner, he said there are 5 of those vendors on the sidewalk. So it is not just the money. Of course, money is one of the important issues. However, it is the health-related issues as well. If they don't have a permit, and, you know, our resident is not under the protection. So I would really like to know the mayor and also the city council members can be a support to reinforce so-called those vendor permits. That would be good for all the people in Richmond. And thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Daniela Perez, followed by Daniel Navarro.
So, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. So I will introduce myself again. So my name is Daniela Perez, member and advocate for the 23rd Street Merchant Association. And on behalf of the group, I come here to speak directly about the surrounding issue of the street vendors. So technically, we had our members or business owners talking about the issue that I'm going to talk about again. So I come here to speak directly about the surrounding issue, those street vendors selling in the streets without the improper permits, without the improper insurance, etc. But also, it's kind of like it also impacts them in a way because it impacts not us, but also the people surrounding around us technically. And also the negative impact on business owners. So for sure. For a year now, we have been trying to get the awareness to make this issue get resolved. And so that's why we had to bring it up here to the city council to talk about and discuss it. And so maybe in the future, this issue could be implemented in the agenda in the near future. So last October, our group held 2 small reunions to street vendors to obtain information and resources. And unfortunately, there wasn't many people that show up. This kind of shows that people were not maybe interested in that time, or they were kind of like not getting the proper information. But we're still kind of dealing with that. So we're also kind of aware that the Senate Bill 946 is implemented in all of the cities across California, including in the cities in Contra Costa County. For instance, Wallow Creek, Hercules, and Martinez. This bill consists of regulating any type of vending and time or place, and also prohibits the local authority for regulating sidewalks, vendors, and to promote regulate this Senate bill. We're trying to find a solution that this bill might be implemented in our city. Thank you.
Daniel Navarro, followed by Juan Carrello.
Buenas tardes a todos. Ok, mi nombre es Daniel Navarro y yo tengo 2 negocios en la calle 23. El primero es un sistema de sonido para carros por 19 años, que gracias a Dios ha estado muy bien. El segundo es Navarro's Italian Deli. Es un restaurante italiano que acabo de abrir hace 1 año y medio. Trabajamos 3 personas, tenemos 1 año y medio sin sueldo, todavía solamente pagando rentas, aseguranzas, health department y todo lo que se requiere sobre el nivel para abrir un negocio. Hasta el momento, después de 1 año y medio, gracias al señor Mike, el que trabaja para Richmond Standard, me hizo un ad en el internet y parece que todo va funcionando perfectamente, pero después de 1 año y medio estamos 3 personas sin sueldo a causa de los vendedores de la calle. Hay infinidad. De la Barrett a la Market podemos contar 20 mínimo. Gracias.
So on behalf of Daniel Navarro, he owns 2 businesses in the 23rd Street, which there have been he has been saying there's been more of a success also. And he's also been getting the good promotion even from the journalist from the Richmond Standard. And he also kind of mentioned that the employments were surrounding from like 3 for sure of the employees. He kind of mentioned about like the issue of the street vending, that there has been many problems and kind of affected his business. So that's it. Thank you.
Juan Luis Carrello, followed by Myrna Peraza.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Juan Carrillo, residente de ENIAC, tengo con el negocio ya desde el 2002, y creo que no es nada personal con todas esas personas que trabajan en la calle, porque creo que también tienen familias que mantener, pero el problema es que todos tenemos el mismo problema. Pagamos impuestos, pagamos rentas. Tenía 8 empleados, de esos 8 empleados me estoy quedando solo porque ya no les puedo pagar a esas personas. Yo me acuerdo en el 2002, cuando yo abrí el negocio de Tacos Los Primos, en el mismo tiempo que yo pagaba trabajando para pagar la lonchera sin permiso, también sabía que no cumplía con la distancia de una lonchera a otra sin saber. Nos pusimos a trabajar para poder sacar para pagar la lonchera. Bueno, yo digo, cuando ustedes se dieron cuenta que yo no tenía permiso, fueron y nos cerraron el lugar, porque a ellos, y yo estaba tratando de sacar todo mi negocio con todos los permisos y todo, pero ese fue mi único error. Pero ¿por qué estas personas que están en la calle, ni salubridad, ni la ciudad, ni nadie hace por algo? No quiere decir que los saquemos de las calles, pero digo, ¿qué no se puede hacer? Buscar un lugar, por favor. Muchas gracias.
So another business owner, he has been an owner ever since 2002, which he owns a taco spot in the 23rd Street. And he also has mentioned that basically people who are in the street vending, selling, they're also families, or they also try to make the living in order to provide food for their families and everything. But also at the same time, he mentions about like what's up with them when they're not paying the proper state fees or any permits. And besides, during his experience in 2002, when he opened up his small business, he had experience kind of like doing the proper things in order to open up a business, like paying insurance, fees to the city and the state. But at the time, he also was aware, like right now in these certain times, that the street vendors that are selling illegally are not paying any penny to the city or to the state. And he's kind of looking in regards to kind of use this method in order to be aware what his issues also do. But also he has mentioned that he wants to see more help from the city and kind of look for the changes to it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Myrna Peraza, followed by Cesar Segura.
Hello, I have a business. I've had it for 11 plus years, and my business is right across the street from the laundromat, which is a half a block. And that half a block, it's Monday through Sunday. Every day, there's 6 vendors there. Rotisserie chicken, hot dogs, fruit stand, Colombian food, and roasted chicken. And sometimes you find pupusas there. So I feel that the city should do something about that. We are trying to recover still from COVID, and now we have to also, compete with street vendors. I don't think it's right, and I don't think it's fair. And I also feel that the city should also do something about it, because if you don't do something now, it's going to be the next international, like Oakland. It's so saturated. It's just full of vendors. I've talked to some of these vendors, and they come from San Jose, they come from Sacramento, they come from Oakland. They don't even reside in the city of Richmond. They bring nothing to the city of Richmond. I feel that, your small businesses that have been here for 20 plus years are asking for the city to at least help in that case. And I think that everybody should really consider that and, do something about it. We shouldn't have to continue to bring things up in the meeting. There should be something done about it, because we are hurting as business owners. Many of them have mentioned they are less with employees. I myself don't even have employees, and I work Monday through Sunday, So that right there, I feel that it's important to take this matter seriously, because they don't pay taxes, they don't pay anything, we pay everything. City inspector came today to my facility, he walked right past them and did nothing. It starts with 1 table, then 2 tables, then you have a full tarp, full business. That's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cesar Segura. And will the following individuals please come forward? Jamin Purcell, Janet Perez, Veronica Medina, Silma Navarrete, and David Sharple.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Cesar Segura, owner of Taqueria La Selva in Richmond for 28 years. And like everybody say, they've been affected. And for 28 years, and haven't been affected this bad, our business. And even, like she said, we had an inspector today come in, and they're frustrated because they don't know what to do anymore. So I asked them what they can do about the street vendors. And they said they need more help for the police department to go with them and force the law and tell them, you're not able to sell here because you don't have the right permits. They're even frustrated that they cannot do that anymore. So they need the help from you guys and from the police department. And I know they have to do a living too, but I think we have to do the right thing. And ask for the permissions of the city, do the right thing, and they have the right to do business. I mean, but they have to do it right. That's all I have to say.
Jamin Purcell.
Hello. So first I want to say my street just got repaved, so I really want to thank for the roads plan actually coming out to our area. That actually does mean a lot. We've never had our street repaved, and it makes a big difference. But I also want to speak up in support of the Way to Love organization. I've been to one of their outreach events, and I do think that they provide a much-needed service for the city, and they fill a vital gap in the services for unhoused people. So I do hope that there will be greater consideration given to that organization. I also want to speak up for the equitable public land trust policy. I strongly support community-controlled, permanent, affordable housing projects in the city, and this policy will ensure that the public land is prioritized for public good. Housing should not be treated as a commodity to hoard, but as a fundamental human need. And then finally, speaking about community engagement. I'm happy to hear that you guys are going to be addressing the Craneway issue. We have been having a lot of discussions about the Craneway and about how essentially this has been something that both Orton and the developer and a number of its supporters have been giving a lot of misinformation about. Whether they've been saying that they already have the permits, so they don't need the approval, which I do believe is wrong. But more to that, they are saying things like we should be quiet, and we should be so lucky that they have chosen the Craneway. And frankly, my favorite memory of the Craneway is when we were there roller skating, not for pickleball. But that roller skating didn't take it over, it took it for a night. And that's what this is for. Is supposed to be an event space for everybody in the city of Richmond. And so I want to let everybody know that we will be having a protest on March 23rd and March 24th this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, to be able to have an opportunity for the community to speak up for the Craneway that it sees as a part of its identity. And if you're coming out, please dress as Rosie the Riveter, because we want to show that the community of Richmond is not one to be bowled over. We're one to stand up when we're being told to be quiet. Thank you.
Janet Perez, followed by Veronica Medina.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Janet Pérez y soy miembro de ACE. Estoy aquí para apoyar al fideicomiso de tierra. Tengo 3 años actualmente viviendo aquí en la ciudad de Richmond.
Good evening. My name is Janet Perez, and I am from ACE, and I'm here to support the public land policy I've been living in the last 3 years.
He visto que conforme van pasando los años, pues las rentas van subiendo cada año. Y pues muchos de nosotros como inmigrantes o hispanos tenemos que trabajar hasta 3 trabajos para pagar pues nuestros gastos, entre ellos es la renta, ¿verdad? Y pues en realidad para nosotros es algo difícil.
I've been seeing that my rent goes up and up, and I have to work even 3 jobs just to pay the rent. So this is been getting really difficult to continue like that.
Ok, bueno, pues en realidad en sí, pues para nosotros, como lo había comentado, es difícil encontrar un lugar seguro y de buena calidad para bueno, algunas viviendas que sean lugares seguros para nuestras familias.
And also, it's very difficult to find places that are affordable, clean, and safe in the city. And it's very, very difficult.
Sin embargo, es un alivio escuchar que nuestra ciudad de Richmond cuenta con este programa para apoyar a las familias de bajos recursos.
So I'm very support to see that this is an opportunity to have a safe and economic life of living to support this in Richmond.
Pero me gustaría que ustedes analizaran la idea de crear viviendas en los lotes baldíos de nuestra ciudad.
And I really like that you think about creating these safety homes in these lots that are empty for many years. And that way we have clean, safe homes.
Eso es todo. Gracias.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Veronica Medina, followed by Sue Elma Navarrete, and then David Sharples.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Verónica Medina. Soy una miembro de ACE.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Medina. I'm from ACE.
Estoy aquí para apoyar el programa Fideicomiso de Tierra.
I'm here to support the public land policy.
He visto innumerables lotes abandonados.
I have seen a lot of lots in the city that are empty.
Tengo 28 años viviendo en la ciudad de Richmond y quiero seguir viviendo en esta ciudad.
I have 28 living here in Richmond, and I want to continue living here.
Junto con más familias.
With other families.
Hay un aumento demasiado alto para poder seguir viviendo.
It's very difficult to continue living because of the high, expensive life that we have.
El desplazamiento económico es uno de los factores de falta de vivienda.
We have to, in this city we're displaced a lot of families, and this is affecting the city.
Las familias están perdiendo sus hogares debido al falto salario bajo, para seguir pagando el alto nivel de arrendamiento.
And our salaries are so low just to compete with the rent that we pay.
Necesitamos todas las herramientas para nuestro alcance con crisis de vivienda.
We need to find all the tools that we can use to control and solve this crisis.
Y que los inversionistas de otros lugares no continúen comprando lotes que pertenecen a la comunidad de Richmond.
And we don't want that the people that they buy lots come from another cities and buy our lots where we can use to live.
Y cada día aumenta la tasa de desalojos.
And every day you can see the percentage of people just evicted in the city.
El programa de fideicomiso apoya para que tengamos la oportunidad de vivienda accesible.
In this program, we have the opportunity to continue living safe in the city. Thank you.
Okay.
Buenas
Our next
tardes.
speaker.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Suelma?
Yes.
Suelma? Okay,
Ajá.
go ahead.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Wilma Navarrete, soy miembro de ACE.
Good evening. My name is Zulma Navarrete. I'm a member of ACE.
Y yo estoy aquí pidiéndoles que por favor apoyen el programa de fideicomiso de tierra.
And I'm here to support this policy of public land policy.
Ya que cada día es más difícil poder pagar renta por los altos precios de la renta, porque ya no hay dónde poder rentar porque está muy caro.
Because it's getting so difficult to find an economic place. Everywhere you go is really expensive.
Y cada día batallamos más para pagar renta. O pagamos renta o comemos.
We're in this situation that or we pay rent or we eat.
He estado viendo que casi por alrededor de Richmond hay muchos lugares deshabitables, casas que se están desbaratando de viejas y terrenos baldíos.
I have seen in the city that if you go around, you will see empty lots for many long time and houses that are falling apart.
Pudiendo ser habitables por alguno de nosotros, pudiendo pagar menos renta en ellos.
And these places can be rebuilt, and that way we have the opportunity to pay a lower rent and live here.
Ya que se nos hace muy difícil y estamos viendo que para un futuro para nosotros tener una casa es cada día más difícil y posiblemente para nuestras futuras generaciones también.
And we see that the time goes by, we cannot even afford to buy a home, and for our future generations, we believe that is probably what is going to happen too.
Y el ayudarnos a tener más viviendas más económicas y lugares más económicos ayuda a que mucha gente no esté en la calle, que seamos menos en la calle y más en los hogares.
So we believe that we can change this situation where we're going to have more families in a home and less families living in the street.
En este tiempo de la pandemia, yo hubiera sido una de las que hubiera estado en la calle también. Y luché mucho y gracias a mi organización que me apoyó para no ser un montón más de los que están en la calle.
With the pandemic, I thought I was going to end up and living in the streets. But thank you to my organization, ACE, I'm here and I still, living in a home.
Y aún así sigo luchando, porque aún así el que me renta, él también lucha por seguir subiendo y verme en la calle. Y él quiere ganar dinero para su propiedad, pero también yo quiero un hogar.
So my landlord, he wants to get more money and he insists to increase the rent. But I also insist to have a home. So I hope that I can stay home.
So, por favor, apoyen esta causa y por favor no permitan que más gente esté en la calle. Gracias.
So please support this policy and don't let more people living in the streets. Thank you.
Our last speaker, in-person speaker, is David Sharples.
Good evening, David Sharples, Richmond resident with the community group ACE. I'm here to speak in support of the equitable public land policy. I work with renters who are experiencing housing instability, landlord harassment, and tenant habitability issues. I support this policy because it makes sure that public land is prioritized for public good, including much-needed affordable housing, opportunities for community ownership where residents can own housing, and building housing security in our city. My experiences talking to residents about this policy has been that tenants are excited about the prospect of housing, community gardens, and playgrounds being built on currently vacant lots. For these reasons, I'm in support of the equitable public land policy. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move to our online speakers, and we have 4 speakers at this time.
And the speakers are someone signed up with the device name Motorola Moto G, Nana Johnson, Rex Uden, and Lisa Johnson. Please be prepared to speak when your name is called, and you will have 2 minutes to address the council. Motorola Moto G. Please state your name for the record. And you may begin. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, which is Nana Johnson.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Hi, can you please state your name?
Nana Johnson.
Okay, you may begin.
My name is Nana Johnson.
Can you?
Hello, can you please speak louder? Okay, I will move on to the next speaker and come back. The next speaker is Rex Uden.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Rex Uden. I've lived in Richmond for about 14 years now. Am I coming through all right? I see my time. Okay, the timer just started. I take it I'm coming through.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a couple rhetorical questions for the council because I know we can't do a back and forth here. But first, I'd like to know, I'd love it if we could make public any communication that the City Council has with the Anti-Defamation League, especially since that is a group that was founded to protect a child murdering pedophile named Leo Frank in 1913. I recently was made aware that they have a toolkit that they're sending around to city councils, and I just don't think that a group of dual citizens should be able to restrict speech in America. And while I'm talking about speech in America, I would just like to ask the council, aren't you guys tired of sitting here listening to these tortilla niggers ramble on with their gibberish?
Thank you. Next.
We'll go back to Nana Johnson.
Nigger, white fucking power. You're going to cut. The Holocaust is a 6 million pairs of shoes. Oh my. Come on, we can do this all night.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, mayor, council members, and staff. I'm sorry everybody had to listen to that again. I apologize for that. It's just not right. It's a shame that they bring that on the cities and the communities. So I just wanted to ask that hopefully the council ask the city attorney if he could please comment on whether or not the city is going to allow the opening event at the Craneway, since the item is continued to next week when you guys are going to give a report. Somebody from the city is going to give a report. Meanwhile, there's an opening event this weekend, and many of people in the public are concerned about why this is going forward if it appears to be in violation of laws. So do they have to have a conditional use permit if they're having a restaurant inside? That seems to be what our Richmond Municipal Code calls for. The boiler room is not part of the Craneway, so that CUP for that restaurant shouldn't apply. Many people are wondering if the city isn't going to follow their laws on public property, then why do they expect the public to follow laws? It has to come, there has to be a leadership here and a give and take on the city following the same laws that they expect its residents and businesses to follow. You heard it from the 23rd Street merchants tonight, and you heard it from many people who are very upset about what's happening with this public place and this landmark. And it just seems to be that this should be discussed in the public. This is public land. And there has been other public properties like Point Melati where, regardless of whether or not litigation was a concern, there was definitely public comment made by council members and staff on Point Melati. So please clarify for the public what's going to happen this weekend and if there is a cease and desist. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is approval of the consent calendar. And this vote will not include item 04D, and that is the SOS contract amendment. 07A, that is position control amendment. Those two items have been continued to March 26th. And also item 03A, and that has been removed for council discussion. That is the item 03A is to prevent nepotism during the appointment process for Richmond boards, commissions, committee, and task forces in city hiring and employment. We need a motion for the consent calendar.
I move the consent calendar.
I second it.
Roll call?
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Recusing from 04B. Outside of that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Zepeda
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is unanimous. And as Councilmember Robinson said, she has recused herself on item 04B like boy, and that is the TCC Implementation Technical Assistant Grant Agreement. Okay.
Fantastic. Move on.
Okay, our next item is under new business. Item P1 under new business is introduce an ordinance for first reading, amending Chapter 7.04.103 of the Richmond Municipal Code by creating a new business activity classification, Class P, wholesale, and the corresponding rates.
Council, this item comes before you. This is a part of Measure U, which modified the city's business license taxes through the ballot process. In applying that, there is a process which has allowed people that have questions concerning the ordinance to come forward and raise various issues. Through that process, we discovered a potential legal issue concerning the ordinance, and that is that the ordinance has definitions for various uses. One of the uses that is defined is wholesale, and there's another use that's defined, which is the retail use. And the two issues, the two definitions, provide that those uses are mutually exclusive. So the retail can't be wholesale, and wholesale can't be retail. When you then go to the list of categories in the ordinance, there is a category for retail. Retail is one of the categories that uses are classified as retail. But there is actually no category for wholesale. So all of the wholesale uses or uses that could be categorized as wholesale are currently being the retail classification is being used to establish what the rate is. So we've had some legal questioning with various attorneys as to whether that could be a basis to challenge the ordinance. There has no litigation's been filed. It's been a friendly conversation, but it brings up the fact that we definitely have uses that would fit the definition of wholesale. We have a wholesale definition.
Excuse me? The people having a conversation, could you take it outside into the hallway? It's difficult to hear what's going on here. Could you take the conversation into the forum, in the foyer? Okay. Thank you. You can continue now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It makes me think you want to hear what I have to say. So again, there's been no lawsuit that's been filed, but as we work with the community on various issues and issues that are brought up that seem to have some merit to them, we want to fix these things. So that's the background, and I would say that when this item came to the council previously, the council requested, we'd had a lot of written correspondence, emails concerning this issue. The council asked us to have a public forum amongst particularly the wholesalers and explain this change to them. There seemed to be a lot of misinformation that we were putting them under a higher tax than where they had been. So we had a good session describing the change and what we were doing and how it had arisen. And so that's sort of the background to this. The finance director and Antonio are here to answer questions, and Antonio has a more detailed description of the rate that staff is recommending.
Thank you very much for that background. Casey, our team, would you mind sharing the presentation for item P1? Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. So we'll briefly cover the background that Dave has already covered, the proposed business classification, the proposed rate, the recommended action, and we'll have questions at the end. Next slide, please. A little bit of background. Measure U was approved by the voters in November 2020. This changed the way the tax was calculated. So it was a new methodology that was based on gross receipts when previously it was based on number of employees. The tax is a percentage of the gross receipts and changes based on the business category and the amount of gross receipts. As a reminder, businesses making less than $250,000 pay the minimum tax of $100 per year. Next slide, please. So Measure U contained no classification for wholesalers like the city attorney mentioned. Staff created Administrative Ruling 1.0 that categorized wholesale businesses under Class A, which was for retail sales. The definition in Measure U of retail sales though excluded wholesales, so that was an issue there. Here's the definition of retail sales, which means the sale of goods, wares, or merchandise for any purpose other than resale in the regular course of business, including restaurants and peddlers. The definition of retail sales excludes wholesales, creates a need for the new business tax class for wholesale businesses. Approximately 15 businesses in Richmond are wholesalers, and the financial impact of this is a reduction of about $10,000 for the general fund of what we're proposing. If a business does not fall clearly into a class, they are placed in Class J for miscellaneous. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the business tax is a marginal tax, much like the federal income tax. So Class A through Class O is what we currently have. We're proposing Class P for wholesale. Next slide, please. And these are the current rates we have for the different types of classes. Again, it's a marginal tax, and it varies based on the class and based on the total gross receipts generated by the businesses in Richmond. Next slide, please. So this is the various tiers for the proposed Class P. Very briefly, if it's under $1 million, they would pay $1.20 per $1,000 of their gross receipts, and it goes up from there. If it's over $50 million, the top part would be $2.40 per $1,000 of gross receipts. Again, that would only apply to over 50, and you have different tiers within those different sections. Next slide, please. So here we show the current classes that we have, plus Class P wholesale at the bottom, where it has the rate at 0.12% under 1 million, 0.15% between 1 million and 2.5, and for that revenue generated between 2.5 and 25 million, it's at 0.19%, between 25 and 50 million, 0.22%. Yeah, so anything over 50 million would be 0.24%. If we can't add a wholesalers class, again, the default would be J, miscellaneous, which is tops off at 0.48 as opposed to the 0.24 that we're proposing, and as opposed to 0.32, which is the current retail sales. So it'd be a higher rate if they go into miscellaneous. Next slide, please. Here we're comparing the current retail sales and proposed wholesale classes with that of Oakland and San Francisco, who both have a similar structure as Richmond, both based on business activity and both based on the tiers, basically progressive tiers. At the lower end, Richmond's rates are a little higher, and they're about the same at the higher end. We also included Berkeley here. They do not have tiered structure. Their rates are 0.12 across the board for both retail, sales, and wholesalers. The Berkeley rates were used in Richmond as the floor in the tier structure that we created. Next slide, please. Okay, so focusing back just on Richmond, as a reminder, any business with gross receipts less than $250,000, they pay the max of $100. And using a few examples, if a business has gross receipts of $900,000, for example, currently they would pay $1,080 as a tax. Under Class P, it would be the same. But if they were moved over to Class J for miscellaneous, it would go up to $2,160. Another example, if they had gross receipts of $3 million, currently they pay $4,600. With the new Class P, they will go down $200 to $4,400. But if they go to Class J for miscellaneous, it would nearly, well, more than double to $8,950. And one last example, if we're at $50 million for their gross receipt, currently they're paying $108,600. Under Class A, with the proposed Class P, would go $101,200. Again, with Class J, over $200,000. You also see, for these various examples, you see what they pay in Oakland. So for this last example of $50,000, under Class P, they would pay $101,200, while in Oakland, with their rates as at this point, it's $94,400. Next slide, please. And again, this is an ordinance first reading, amending the Measure U section of the municipal code to create a new business activity for Class P wholesale and the corresponding rates that we are proposing. And with that, any questions?
I would like to reserve questions for after public comment. So may we have public comment at this time?
Yes, we have one in-person speaker, and if there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, and this is item P1, please raise your hand at this time. Our in-house speaker is Raleigh Butler.
Do I get 3?
No, you get 2.
2?
2 minutes.
Public hearing. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm Raleigh Butler with Council of Industries in Richmond. I'm here representing both the COI members and the wholesalers in Richmond. You've heard that you have P in front of you. I know you've had a lot of pain over the years on Measure U or whatever. We actually support the establishment of the Class P code. As you heard from Antonio, the retail is not wholesale and vice versa. We actually need this separation between the two. So if we're in favor of this, and if you look at the way it's written, you will see that no wholesaler will pay more than they did prior. Some will pay actually less. So why on earth am I here then? The reason I'm here is because when we're comparing the wholesaler to the retailer, it's a very different world. And so the retail class that we're comparing that they were paying in is not really appropriate for wholesalers at all. Retailers have a lot of levers available to them. They have product, price, promotion, they have discounts, they have discretionary expenses that they can address to maintain their margin, right? They could use dynamic pricing and change on the fly. So they can maintain their margin. The wholesaler doesn't have that flexibility. The wholesaler has one lever. That's it, and that is volume. The wholesale industry is incredibly, intensely competitive, and they don't have the ability to change the pricing like that. All they can do to improve their margin is sell more. And it's not their margin, it's their overall profitability. We're asking and recommending that one small change be made to a straight line level like Berkeley has for commercial, forget the retail, but that would make the playing field level on this, and I have a letter to you in your packets explaining this. Thank you very much. And I found out every question I asked is on those sides. Sorry about that.
And now we'll move to the online speaker.
The speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Good evening again. I just want to reiterate what Roy just said and just ask that you would possibly consider looking at this chart. I mean, if you look at a classic gross receipts tax or progressive tax policy, it is always supposed to continue to go up when you go from, say, a distributor to the retailer to the consumer. At every level, that price goes up. But if you look at these charts, you'll see that basically the wholesalers are paying almost exactly what the retail sales are for the first four categories, from 0% difference to 0.02%. It's only when they get over 50 million that they're going up a little bit for retail sales over the wholesaler. And it's really unfair, as he said, to these wholesalers who don't have much ability to change how they can make up for their margin. And Oakland and San Francisco, they're reiterating the same thing. It's not really a great difference. In fact, you'll see in some of those categories, wholesale is paying more than the retail sales. It's crazy. And it should be progressively going up as you go to retail sales. So I would just ask that you guys please look at this and consider how to give it a more level playing field and truly reflect the progressiveness that a gross receipts tax is supposed to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Thank you. So time for council member questions and comments. Anyone? If not, I would like to make one observation, and it's really nothing to do with wholesale, but it's about values. And I just noticed this, that we have 5% on cannabis and only 2.4% on firearms ammunition. So what does that say about us as a society? Anyway, that's my only comment. So if there's no comments, then it's time for a vote.
I'll move the item. The item Measure U was put forward as a tiered approach, and that is how it is implemented for all the categories, and we have to adhere to the ordinance, and I think that's only fair that we adhere. Well, it's mandated that we adhere to the ordinance, and it's also only fair that each category is tiered, and one doesn't get a flat rate. So that is my response to some of the concerns. I will move the item.
I second that.
Ready?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Next item.
Our next item under new business is item P2, and that is to receive a presentation from the Finance Department and Wildan Financial Services on the proposed updates to the developer impact fees in the master fee schedule.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the council. Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. KCRT, can you pull the presentation up, please? This evening's item on the Development Impact Fee Study Update will be presented by Carlos Villarreal, our Wildan Financial consultant, services consultant, who will be presenting online, as well as Antonio Benuelos, our county manager, available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Carlos Villarreal, and I've been working on the Development Impact Fee Study update. We presented an earlier draft to your council some time ago, and we've made some changes and wanted to fill you in on the update. So first, I'll give a little bit of background about the firm. I will also give a little bit of Impact Fee 101 so that we're all on the same page when it comes to discussing impact fees. We'll discuss some of the changes from the prior study, and then view the results of this study and compare the revised fees to some neighboring jurisdictions. Next slide, please. I was asked to give a little bit of background about our firm. Wildan Financial Services is a division of Wildan, which is primarily a engineering and energy company. Wildan Financial Services primarily focuses, or I should say almost exclusively focuses, on providing services to municipalities and counties and basically public agencies. So beyond impact fees, we do all sorts of other financial related work for cities, including user fee studies, utility rate work for water and sewers, financial feasibility, economic and impact analyses, and bond compliance and special district formations. Next slide, please. So what are development impact fees? Development impact fees are a one-time charge, typically imposed at the building permit stage, that are imposed on all development projects within a defined geographic area. In this case, all of the fees are calculated citywide, except for the sewer fee, which is calculated only for the Richmond sewer district boundaries. And finally, the key to our study, and to any nexus analysis really, is that we need to demonstrate that the fees will go to fund facilities that serve new development. So the fees cannot be used for ongoing operations or maintenance, or facilities needed solely to serve existing development. They have to be capacity expanding facilities that will accommodate new development in your city. Next slide, please. So in California, it's the Mitigation Fee Act that lays out how a jurisdiction would calculate and implement an impact fee program. We need to make several key findings. We need to demonstrate that new development creates the need for facilities, that new development will benefit from the use of the fee revenue once it's been collected, and that the fees are proportional, or roughly proportional, to new development's share of facility costs. Essentially, that means that the fees need to be proportional to demand generated by new development. We also need to document the purpose of the fee and how the city intends to use the fee revenue. Next slide, please. In 2021, the state adopted AB 602, which made some changes to the Mitigation Fee Act and how fees are implemented in California. There are some housekeeping items that deal with transparency, where local jurisdictions need to make certain information available on their website, including your fee schedule, nexus studies, and mandated reporting. There's also been a change to the adoption process. So when these fees come before you again for a public hearing for adoption, that public hearing needs to be noticed with 30 days notice. And then there have been some technical changes to how the fees are calculated. Residential fees need to be calculated per square foot unless another metric is justified. Our study complies with this requirement here. All of the fees for residential uses are calculated per square foot. Large jurisdictions, which are defined as cities within counties over 250 residents, need to include a capital improvement plan as part of the study, and the study needs to identify the level of service and review the prior fee assumptions. Next slide. So here's our basic methodology. We start by estimating demand for facilities, and we think about demand in terms of people that live in the city and people that work in the city. We can then identify facility standards, and we'll discuss these more on a subsequent slide, but a facility standard is a measure of demand for facilities, the common example being park acres per 1,000 residents. Then, using those standards and any other facility planning that the city has completed, we can estimate the facility needs to serve the city going forward. We can then allocate a share of those facility needs to accommodate growth. In some cases, new development can fully fund the identified facilities. In other cases, because those facilities might be mitigating a deficiency or also serving existing development, we would allocate a share to accommodate growth. In the case where the facilities are not fully funded by the impact fees, we would identify the amount of alternative funding needed to fully fund those facilities. And then finally, we calculate the fee schedule by allocating those costs per unit of new development. Next slide, please. So in this study, we're looking at sewer facilities, parks, community and aquatic centers, police facilities, fire protection facilities, libraries, and storm drains. And just to note, the city also charges a transportation or a traffic impact fee. It is not being updated at this time. It'll be brought to your city council later in the year, I believe. Next slide. So since I was last before you presenting the impact fee study, we've made several changes based on feedback that we received from your council, and I'll just run through those changes here. First, we revised the library fee and the methodology used to calculate the library fee so that we can incorporate the latest information about the costs and the grant funding. And we also included a library fee for non-residential development, which is consistent with your prior fee program, but wasn't included in my prior draft. So we got that consistent with how the library fees have been conducted in your city in the past. We also revised the community center impact fee to an existing standard approach, which increased that fee, and will still be used to fund the MLK Community Center, but it will also generate additional funding that can be used to fund other community centers, and the city would need to program that to capacity expanding uses as time goes on. We have also updated the study to incorporate the latest impact fee fund balances as appropriate, and we have updated the project cost where appropriate to match the latest information from the city's CIP. Next slide, please. So I'll just go over some of the assumptions in the study. This slide here demonstrates the increase or the projected increase in demand for facilities. As you can see, ABAG is projecting, roughly 52,000 new residents and 34,000 new jobs in your city through 2040. So that's quite a significant amount of growth. And if you think about it, the city is going to need to provide services to all those new folks. And so to provide those services, you're going to need facilities to house those services. And so that's the link between new development and the facilities funded by the fees included in our study. Next slide, please. So I mentioned facility standards a few slides back. We have 3 ways of thinking about facility standards, and I'll run through those here quickly. The first approach is what we call the existing inventory approach. Here is where we use your existing level of service to drive the fee calculation. The math is pretty simple. We take the replacement cost of your facilities, divide that by existing demand, and get a cost per unit of demand. Typically, it's a cost per resident or a cost per worker. And then we ask new development to maintain that same investment per person going forward so that the city can expand its inventory of facilities at the same ratio of facilities to people that currently exists. So we were essentially extending your existing level of service to new development. Under the planned facilities approach, we can identify the exact facilities or the exact share of facilities needed to meet increases in demand. And the math there is also pretty simple. We take the total cost of those facilities, divide it by the increase in demand, and get a cost per unit of demand or cost per person, and allow that to drive the fee calculation. Under this approach, new development would fully fund its share or all of the facilities that have been identified to serve that particular development. And then the third approach is what we call the system plan approach. And here's where a increase in your level of service is contemplated. The idea here is that both your existing and your future facilities are going to serve everyone, both existing and new development in your city. The example here would be your police station. The study contemplates an $80 million police station, and that station is going to respond to calls that come from existing folks and from new folks. So it's only fair that those costs be shared and allocated between everyone. So the math here, we take the value of your existing facilities plus the cost of the future planned facilities, and then divide that by demand at the planning horizon to get a future cost per unit of demand, and that will drive the fee calculation. Next slide, please. So this next slide just demonstrates the 3 approaches I went through on the prior slide. On the left there, you see the existing inventory method where the amount of facilities is proportional to the increase in demand. So that ratio of facilities to demand remains constant. Under the planned facilities approach, all the way on the right there, future demand fully funds the identified new facilities. And then the hybrid approach or the system plan approach there in the middle, where you're contemplating increasing your level of service, new development would pay its fair share of the higher level of service. But you see there, we have to identify an existing deficiency, which is existing development share of the higher level of service. And that deficiency cannot be funded through the impact fees. So the city would have to fund that through any funding source other than the impact fees, be it your general fund or grants or really any other funding source at your disposal. Next slide, please. So these are the approaches that we use for the various fee categories. We use that existing standard approach for parks, community centers, and fire protection facilities. For the system plan approach, we calculated the fees for police and library facilities. And then we use the planned facilities approach for your utilities related fees, sewer, and storm drain. Next slide, please. So this next slide here demonstrates the facilities being contemplated by the study. I worked with staff just as recently as yesterday to make sure we had the most recent cost for example, your new library in there to correspond with the latest information. You can see for the community centers, we are contemplating that MLK Junior Community Center. That is not the only facility that will be funded by the fee, but that's the only one that has been identified at this point in time. For police, as I mentioned earlier, the study contemplates a new police station, a couple new fire facilities, including a regional training center. And then for parks, to maintain your existing level of service would actually cost quite a bit. It would cost $303 million to maintain your current park standard. And that would allow you to acquire new parkland and to intensify uses or expand the capacity at your current parks. So that's a great funding source for again, expanding the capacity of your current parks. And then you see there's a number of storm drain facilities listed that were sourced from your storm drain master plan, as are a bunch of sewer facilities also sourced from your master planning sewer documents. Next slide. So what would this look like in terms of fee revenue if the city chooses to adopt fees at the maximum justified level? You can see there that the fees under the methodologies I just ran through would generate about $634 million through the planning horizon. For several of these facilities, existing development would also need to chip in, namely the sewer facilities and the police facilities, library facilities, and storm drain. So the city would need to come up with $421 million to fund existing development share of those facilities. And the total cost of all the facilities would be over $1 billion to provide these facilities to the city going forward. Next slide, please. So this next slide demonstrates the maximum justified fees. Your city council can adopt any fee up to these levels, but not above these levels. Just wanted to point out a few things. First is that we added back in the non-residential fees for the library facilities. So that, again, is consistent with your current fee program. There are two variations of the park fee. They are a similar amount, but slightly different. So under the Quimby Act, the city can require developers to dedicate parkland or pay a fee in lieu of dedication at a slightly higher standard, at a 3-acre standard compared to your current existing standard. So that Quimby fee would be, again, applied to subdivisions, and it's slightly higher to the fee for infill development. I think that's everything of note here. Next slide, please. So in discussion with staff is recommending a 4-year phase-in for the residential fees. The residential fees would be a pretty significant increase compared to your current fee schedule. So in order to allow the development community time to adjust to the fee schedule, again, staff is recommending a 4-year phase-in. And this table here demonstrates the increases that would be incurred every year. Next slide, please. So for the office, industrial, and warehouse land uses, staff is recommending a 2-year phase-in. So the increase are not quite as significant, depending on the fee category for non-residential. So the staff, again, is recommending a 2-year phase-in to allow non-residential developers to adjust to the increases in fees. Next slide, please. So we wanted to provide some context for how these fees compare. We have updated the charts here with the latest numbers, but the story is pretty much the same as it was the last time I was before your council. Your current fees are within the range of the neighboring jurisdictions. The maximum justified fees supported by the study would be amongst the highest, or if not the highest, depending on the fee category. Of course, that maximum justified fee, that's not the phase-in, that's the full fee after the 4 years. So you can imagine over the next 4 years, it would slowly increase to that maximum justified amount if you were to adopt that phase-in schedule. And finally, just to give some clarity to the chart here, other cities sometimes have fees for different zones depending on where you build. So you can see there's a low and a high for certain cities, and that just demonstrates the range of fees that one might pay depending on where your project is located within that city. Next slide, please. So this next comparison would be for a 20-unit multifamily building. Again, the same story as you saw for the single-family building. Your current fees are within the range of the neighboring jurisdictions, and the maximum justified fees would be the highest amongst those included in the comparison. Next slide. And I think the next few slides will all have the same story, so I don't need to belabor them. But this next comparison was for a 15,000 square foot retail establishment. You can see again, same story. Your current fees would be within the range, and the maximum justified fees would be the highest. Next slide, please. And the same story goes for industrial as well. Current fees are within the range. Maximum justified fees would be the highest among those included in the survey. And next slide, please. So we wanted to reiterate that the city has a credit policy. I'm not going to read through all of it, but essentially if a builder were to build one of the improvements in the CIP, they could get a credit if they meet certain criteria for that contribution. Next slide, please. So before the last council meeting where this item got continued, we had received some questions from the city council, and we thought we could address some of those questions in this presentation. So one question, and I'm paraphrasing here, is that the warehouse fees are proposed to go down for certain facility fee categories, and this council person thought that the fee should be higher because the warehouse doesn't provide benefits that you would like to see. For example, warehouses don't produce a lot of jobs, they're not really meeting a service gap, and there's a perception that they may make an area less safe, and also the warehouse industry is booming, so why not increase the fees for them? Well, it is true that the warehouse land use may not generate those desired benefits, but unfortunately, that's not really a justification under the Mitigation Fee Act to charge them higher fees. If you recall, the fees need to be proportional for the demand created for facilities. And when we think about non-residential fees, we think about demand coming from the people that work in those facilities. So we use the employment density, so the density of employment for different types of non-residential land uses, to craft the fee schedule. So the more employees that you have on average with a particular land use, the proportionally higher fees that we can justify for that land use. So I included a table here from the study that shows the occupancy density assumptions. You can see commercial 2.12 employees per 1,000 square feet. You compare that to warehousing, very few employees per 1,000 square feet, 0.34. And we also know that as time goes on, warehouses have become increasingly automated, so they've been having fewer and fewer employees. So it's true, they don't produce a lot of those desired benefits, but for the purpose of proportionality, we can't really justify a higher fee for warehousing, unfortunately. Next slide, please. This question, the residential fee is already in the medium range compared to similar cities, and if it was raised to the maximum allowable, it would be really high. The cost of building housing is already high in the region, so keeping residential development fees low is one way to make it more feasible for new housing to be built. Also, new housing raises revenue in other ways. What can be a more fair rate for this fee? So to address this, the first thing is your city council can always adopt a lower fee than the maximum justified. Staff made the recommendation to phase in the fees over 4 years in equal increments, but you don't have to take the recommendation. You could implement something lower. I just want to say, though, that if you adopt something lower than the maximum justified fee, that revenue towards those facilities will not materialize. So either the facilities won't get built, or as new development increases demand for facilities, your level of service will decline. For example, your park acres per 1,000 residents will decline if you don't have a funding source to maintain that level of service. Or you might choose to maintain that level of service, but then, for example, your general fund dollars would be diverted away from other uses. So that's kind of the dilemma that your council has to wrestle with right now. Next slide, please. So just wanted to provide an example of some of the things that could be eligible uses of park impact fee revenue. This is an excerpt from, I believe, perhaps the next item on the agenda, but the city is contemplating improving parks with additional soccer fields. Right now, it's going to be funded with ARPA money, but you can imagine similar projects beyond the short-term projects shown here that have been identified in your parks master plan. And any of those projects that intensify use or allow your existing parks to have more capacity, or acquisition of new parks, those are all eligible uses of impact fee revenue. So if you adopt the fees at the maximum level, you can fund new development share of these facilities and free up general fund and other funding sources to fund other priorities. Next slide, please. And I believe this is the final question from the council. The industrial and commercial fees are hard to know how to judge. Are the maximum allowable increases so high they would discourage businesses trying to move and expand here? And this was a response from staff, and I believe I saw Lena on the Zoom as well, so perhaps she can chime in if there are further questions, but I'll summarize her response here. Is first that the majority of non-residential development has been mixed use buildings and light industrial warehouse logistics uses. There aren't that many entitled non-residential projects in the near term. One example being a hotel project that's under review and an entitled boat repair facility. It's also true that the activity around warehousing has slowed down a bit, but perhaps the biggest factor that is not related to the impact fees and the city doesn't necessarily control is that the interest rates tend to affect non-residential non-residential development pretty heavily. So, in that the city can't control those interest rates, that is a factor that is out of your control. So all that to say is that, this, I believe staff is going to continue to monitor the non-residential development situation. And, as the fees are implemented, if your council chooses to implement them, we could certainly, or the city could choose to adjust the fees going forward based on feedback as the fees are implemented. Next slide, please. And finally, we just wanted to go over some next steps for the study. If there are any more feedback for the study, if needed, we're happy to revise the study to reflect that feedback. After that, the Nexus study is set for a public hearing for adoption on April 16th, so a little less than a month from now. The city is working on the completion of a long-range transportation infrastructure and planning study by the end of this calendar year, and the results of that study will feed into the impact fee for transportation facilities, which, if all goes to plan, would come back before your council sometime in the spring of 2025. Next slide, please. Yeah, and that's the end of the presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you all might have. Thank you.
Once again, I'd like to have public comment before we ask questions, have discussion. Do we have public comments?
We have one speaker online. Ursula, please call the speaker.
Yes, the speaker is Jesse Turan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not exactly sure I understand how the fees work, how this works. but listening to some of the facilities investments that you were listening to the presentation, I can't help but wonder if one of the facilities that you might be interested in investing in would be facilities for one or more mobile residential parks, tiny home residential sites for, you know, very low income residents or the chronically homeless. As I know that this is something that, you know, has been discussed in various areas, and I thought that might be might fall in to this kind of category. I don't know where the fees would come from for that, but I just wanted to put it out there as a possibility. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right then, Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for posting on my question and answering right there. So thank you. I have some follow-up. One is, I think like the warehouse question is also about a lot of trucks are coming in and out, so that will like the roads. So I am wondering, you mentioned in the order that there is going to be a traffic impact fees, or so how is that like? Is that something that is going to be accounted for the warehouse? Because what we know is that these type of services, even they don't have a lot of jobs, so people using, but they have a lot of traffic. So, and I know that in this development fee, we cannot add that, but how that is going to be taken into consideration for the traffic impact fees?
Yeah, you are right on the money there. So for the warehouse fees, for the fee categories that we looked at in this study, it's based on employment, right? But the transportation fee, the fee schedule, the demand for transportation facilities is trip generation. And so trip generation varies by land uses. And of course, those land uses that generate more trips will have relatively higher fees than those that generate fewer trips. So because the transportation fee wasn't included here, you don't see that effect on warehouse. But in that update for the transportation fee, the warehouse fees will certainly be higher proportionally than what you're seeing for these other fee categories.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is about the housing development. And you mentioned, like, one thing that I was realizing right now is that when you do the comparison with other, we are in the highest if we adopt it right now. But since we are doing it progressive over, like going up progressively for 4 years, how we will be at the 4 years with our like, and this question is theoretical because I know like we can know you don't have the right data for the other cities, but how do you think we will be at the highest, or that might change?
Well, cities update their fees all the time. So right now, as part of AB 602, actually, the state requires impact fees to be updated at least every 8 years. So you're correct in that the charts show, today you're kind of in the upper mid range. The maximum justified amount would be at the very top. The phase-in would be somewhere in between those two bar charts, obviously. But I think it's reasonable to expect that other cities will also be increasing their fees. We can't predict exactly when, but I would be shocked if by the end of the 4-year phase-in, none of the other cities had updated their fees. So I think it's reasonable to assume that those will go up. And I also know that since COVID, a lot of construction costs, not just in the Bay Area, but throughout the state and throughout the country, construction costs and labor costs have really escalated a lot more quickly than inflation typically escalates. So I would assume that a lot of jurisdictions probably want to update their fees to make sure that they're accommodating those increased costs. So I can't say with exact certainty that the other jurisdictions included in the survey will increase their fees as well, but I think it's fairly likely that we'll see increases from the other jurisdictions periodically within the next 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Go ahead.
All right. What are the what's the impact on potentially more housing? Do you see a trend with other cities as seeing Berkeley having a lower impact fee, and they have lots of cranes everywhere, and we're having difficulty building more housing. We need more housing. So where does that crossover happen where we might be charging more and then we have a decrease in housing? I think there's opportunities in other places, but what do you see out there as trends?
Well, I would say that, it comes down to the health of the market. So a few years back, I worked for the city of Fremont and adopted some of the highest impact fees in the state of California. And that in that city, it's a really hot real estate market. It has, a lot of people want to live there. It's proximate to the Silicon Valley. Those extremely high impact fees did not slow down development there at all. So I would say it really comes down to the health of the market. I would also say though that all that said, I'm not an expert in Richmond's particular real estate market, so I would probably defer to city staff who have a little closer understanding of the economics of your particular market. And I believe that's also why the 4-year phase-in was proposed, so that there's a gradual increase. And with that 4-year phase-in, it would allow the market to adjust to the fees and hopefully not slow down the development activity that's already occurring. But again, I would defer to the experts on your city staff.
Does staff have any comments on it? Any knowledge on that?
Is Lena Velasco online? Perhaps we can take that question.
I am. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. A few years ago, as part of the inclusionary housing ordinance update, we did look at financial feasibility related to the economics for certain residential projects. And that study now was probably about 5 years old. So what we did find that in certain areas, the viability of residential market was high, specifically around the shoreline area south of 580. And so at the time, the city did adopt a zonal implementation strategy to encourage development areas where the market wasn't as strong and reduce the fee. But I do think we have several projects that are currently under construction right now that have, I think the sales are doing well. So we can certainly look at that. I think the phased-in approach that staff is proposing allows us to monitor and see if there is a slowing down. Right now, most of what we're entitling on the planning side is accessory dwelling units, which tend to be smaller and not subject to high impact fees.
And Lena, are you saying that what you're proposing as well as a range? So not just a phased in, but also a range? I think that's what Wilden suggested. Is there a way to have a range? So in areas that we know is a hot market in Richmond versus an area that is not a hot market, and probably that area that's not a hot market is probably where we need the most housing. So I just want to make sure that as we move forward that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot by not allowing housing where we should be having more housing.
That's the approach the council took for additional fees. So the inclusionary impact fees, that was the approach. But I think for the impact fee, we're just across the board. What we do believe will help is doing a per square foot, because right now it's on a per unit basis. So regardless of the size of the unit, if it's a 1-bedroom or a 3-bedroom, they're paying the same fee. What the only difference is whether it's a single family or a multifamily development. And so we do think that that will help in making some of the projects with more units, but smaller units, more economically viable.
Thank you, Lena. And my question will be back for Wilden, I believe. Can you explain a little bit? I didn't quite get your comment on why we couldn't have a higher impact fee on the industrial, especially with warehousing.
Yeah. So the fee needs to be proportional to the demand created by each different land use. And we think about demand, for example, for various types of facilities in terms of the people creating that demand. So a land use that has more employees or more residents compared to a land use that has fewer employees would have a higher fee proportionally to the one that has fewer employees. And warehouses are very large facilities, hundreds of thousands of square feet, but they are very not intensely occupied with people. There's cranes or not cranes, but pallet skids and all this kind of stuff, but not that many people compared to a retail establishment or an office, for example, establishment, for example. So when we scale the fee schedule based on the number of people occupying those different uses, and warehouses just don't have that many employees, so it's we can't justify a higher fee for the types of fee categories that we're looking at in this study. However, when the city goes to update the transportation impact fee, warehousing uses do generate lots of trips, vehicle trips, and those vehicle trips generate congestion. So for that fee, which is coming later on, warehousing would have a higher fee compared to the other land uses. So it's just not reflected in our fee study now because, again, demand is driven by people.
Can I ask you about the warehousing? So sometimes we don't know what type of warehousing is going to be built. We just know there's a big warehouse, one big box building, and we don't know what's there. The same thing happened before we got Amazon. That building there was purchased, the property was purchased, a big warehouse was built, but we did not know that Amazon was in line to come right in. So there's really no way to know what the impact will be at the moment that construction is happening. So we have to figuring out some kind of calculation of what it could be, because they have hundreds of employees and not just those that work at Amazon. So maybe Amazon workers could be less, but they subcontract. And those individuals are using our sewer, they're using our streets, they're using all of our infrastructure around us. And we did not know, because it was just one big warehouse built without knowing the impact of what a future Amazon would bring.
Yeah, so the city does have the ability to charge the delta or the increase on an intensification of a land use. So for example, we know that your typical industrial business park is more heavily occupied than a warehouse. And it sounds like that this Amazon might be more akin to that business park compared to a warehouse when the warehouse was initially built. So in those, scenarios when that developer would come back to make the tenant improvements to go from your typical, bare bones warehouse to a more intense sort of industrial business park type facility, when they come to get that permit, you could charge them the delta, the increase between the warehouse fee which they paid and the higher industrial fee. You could charge that to them at that time because they're intensifying the land use. And you're right, they'll generate more sewage, they'll generate more employees, and those employees will use the city services that we're tying to the impact fees. So that is an opportunity there, and there is precedent for that. Other cities, I mentioned Fremont in another comment earlier. Fremont has a very similar issue where non-residential developers come in and just build the shell building and pay the lowest impact fee on the chart. And then now the city is collecting the difference between that lowest intensity use and whatever it becomes eventually when they make the tenant improvements. So that's certainly something that your city could do as well.
Thank you. So how do we, and this question I'm not sure, maybe it's for staff, how do we make sure we write that in? Because you do see warehouses even with seasonal workers, right? Or Amazon, that was a big miss for us, where it was a big flip. They came in, built a warehouse, and then they changed to an Amazon, and a huge impact. So how do we write that in so that if they do come in at the lower impact phase, and then we know, hey, we have another Amazon warehouse somewhere else that we can then charge that, or any other type of warehouse, that we constantly look at their impact throughout the cycle of them coming in and doing business in Richmond.
I believe it can be codified in your ordinance, and it would just be tied to the intensification of land use and having to pull another building permit for the tenant improvements. So that's the way it's typically done.
Thank you. And I see staff writing notes there, so I don't know what the motion would be to make sure that we incorporate that in there, but that is going to be huge, especially along the Parkway. We see a lot, and I know a lot of on the Parkway is not all Richmond is unincorporated, but we see a lot of warehousing. We know Richmond. There was an article a couple of years ago that said Richmond's the #1 place for warehousing. That is something that we are known for because we're so close to all the big freeways, 84, 580. So we're a big hub, and everybody wants to come here. That's why Prologis invested $100 million for a potential shot at building another warehouse. And luckily, I think we stopped that. But we know that there's a big need, and Richmond is on top of that list. So we know a no. How do we get in front of it? So if we can help, please write that into the ordinance. If we put more effort into it, because we will see a lot of impact around our communities there. And then some of the impact fees that we have been paying in the past, and even for this now, I see the police station, I see the fire station, I see other parks. Is it safe to say that these fees are going to go into a pot and they're not going to be used until we have enough to be able to build this? So
yeah, the fees have to go into segregated funds, and they can only be used for the purpose for which you collected them. So if it goes into your fire protection impact fee fund, the city cannot spend it on any other purpose. And the city can certainly wait for other fee revenue, or the impact fee revenue and other funding needed to fully fund a facility. It can wait for that funding to accrue before it builds any of the facilities. It just needs to report annually and every 5 years in compliance with the Mitigation Fee Act that it's holding that fee revenue until it accrues to a sufficient amount where it can pay for the facilities identified in the study.
And if we were to find money from somewhere else, maybe from the federal or state, let's say they want to pay for all of our fire stations, and we are putting an impact fee aside for our fire stations, and all of a sudden we have this money, it sounds like we can reallocate that somewhere else?
It would have to be for another fire facility. If the city had no use for it in terms of other fire facilities, like say the state came in and built all the fire stations that you needed, and you still had this fund balance, you would have to refund it to the people that paid the fee.
So then whatever we're planning for as part of this ordinance, we need to make sure that that's what we need and what we want, and that we have no other funding coming in for it. Otherwise, we have to give it back.
Yeah, so for some of the fee categories, the impact fees can't pay for all of it. So the city will certainly need to find other funding. So that's one thing to keep in mind. For some of the categories, for example, the fire facilities that you just mentioned, the fees are calculated to maintain your existing standard. There are some initial facilities identified in the study, but there's additional fee revenue that's generated to again maintain that same ratio of facilities to people that the city will need to program to capacity expanding uses going forward. So if it adopts the maximum justified fee for fire, there will be, and I'm looking at the study right now, between now and 2040, about $15 million that has not been programmed to a project yet, but is needed to maintain the same ratio of facilities to people. So that would certainly be something that with your fire department, you would work on identifying capacity expanding fire projects, and you could fully fund them with the impact fees.
And do we have, and this is my last question, I think, the ratio, you mentioned the ratio. Do we have a graph somewhere or a chart that shows the ratio of how many more fire stations we're going to need? we're about to build potentially a lot of new housing at Hilltop, and that's a little mini city. It's going to have almost as much residences as one of our other smaller cities nearby. So I just want to make sure that we have the ratio. Do we have that calculation? So if we build 1,000 more residences, we need to have 1.5, and I'm just making up a number, 1.5 more fire stations, 1.5 more libraries, et cetera. Do we have that ratio somewhere of all the services we need as we grow? And a hospital should be included in there as well.
Well, it's not expressed in those terms in, X fire stations per person. It's expressed in terms of X dollars per person. And that ratio of cost per person is shown throughout the fee study for all the various categories. With regards to hospitals, hospitals are not a facility category that was included in the study. And I would say that hospitals are also fairly rare to fund with impact fees because they are typically private enterprises paid for by the hospital charges for services. So those are typically not funded through impact fees, although there are a handful of hospital districts, public hospital districts in Southern California that do fund their hospitals at least partially through impact fees. But I would say that's pretty rare.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yeah, hopefully just two quick questions. One is just clarity as to whether or not the developer fees are used for low-income housing. Do we charge low-income housing developers developer fees?
Usually there's some sort
We
of,
have a separate in lieu fee for affordable housing development that we also do apply for land uses. And then the inclusionary housing ordinance, if it's a for sale south of 580, they actually have to build their affordable units. So that's a separate fee and not considered an impact fee. It's a nexus study that we had to complete.
if I may, Lena, I think the question was slightly different. So normally with affordable housing developers, they come to the city, we negotiate with them. They'll ask us to, for example, provide funding from the inclusionary housing bucket that we have set aside or some other source of funding to help underwrite the project, and that includes the fees. And then, though, over the term of the project, once it's built, they don't pay property taxes. So they have the property tax subsidy, and so all of that is built into the financing to make the projects financially viable. And actually, we have the sort of a reverse problem that most communities are experiencing, where what we're getting primarily is only affordable housing developments coming in to build, and not as much on the market rate side, except for townhome product types.
Okay. And then this question has more to do with the traffic fees, and that is, I realize that the way the traffic fees are generated are from trips, but I do wonder if there's a different cost per type of vehicle, because a big rig is going to make a lot more damage on a street than a delivery van, and I wonder if that is something that is taken into consideration.
That typically isn't taken into consideration. It has to do with congestion, and sort of maybe a finer detail there is that the big rig would create more wear and tear on your roads, and the impact fees that we would be calculating for that transportation impact fee, they don't fund the maintenance of the road. They fund the capacity expansion, so additional lanes, additional traffic signals, that sort of thing. So I certainly understand that the big rigs cause more wear and tear, but unfortunately that's not something that you can pay for through the impact fee.
So this is a question for city staff then. Is there some other kind of fee that we could charge that would take into consideration the wear and tear outside of an impact fee? Is there some other thing if we know that new development is going to bring in lots of big trucks and they're going to have a huge impact on the roads that they use? Is there some other way we can?
In addition to the traffic impact fees, also the gross receipts tax to the degree feasible. So in the coming weeks, we can do some additional analysis and see what the total fiscal impact is for certain properties. And then also their property taxes do tend to be higher because they're newer construction, and so they don't have as much Prop 13 built into them. And that also contributed to us having in previous years higher documentary transfer tax rates because the property sold, and so even though that's one-time revenue, it is helpful. But we can bring back a fiscal analysis or send something via email. Actually might be easier and more timely to look at that sector in particular and see if there's some other best practices that we can look into. We asked the consultant that question, and we didn't really get, unfortunately, the response we were hoping for.
Yeah, especially considering the conversation that we had about the pavement index and what we're going to need in order to maintain our, less than a desirable current pavement index. If we're getting more development that has big trucks that are going to make more damage, if there's a way. Anyway.
I will add that the city also receives gas tax that also helps to fund streets and roads.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
So I have a few questions. Lacking a slide comparing warehouse fees to other cities, how does the city of Richmond compare?
I did not look at warehouse separately from industrial, and one of the reasons for that is not every city breaks out warehousing and industrial. So they essentially pay the same fee schedule as industrial. I would just take a wild guess, though, that it's probably the same or roughly similar to the industrial comparison slide that was included. But again, I have not completed that analysis specifically for warehouse.
Okay. So I guess I've seen fires on the news, and it seems that the warehouse fires are actually much worse than residential fires. So considering the impact of fires in warehouses and industrials, why are the charges for fire protection so much less than residential?
Again, it's the fee schedules are calibrated based on the employment density. If I recall correctly, we requested call data from the fire department tracking where the calls went to the various different land uses. And if I recall correctly, it was not available when we did this study. Sometimes that call data will show that more calls are going to a particular land use versus another, but not every department tracks calls, where they're going in terms of the land uses. It's a little bit more typical to track calls in terms of the incident type as opposed to the land use. And I believe that may have been the situation here. All of that said, I can have staff and check and see if that call data by land use is available to see if we can revise that. Lacking that data, the tried and true approach for calculating fees is based on the employment density. And again, the warehouse uses just have a lower employment density and consequently lower fees.
Okay, well, I think that's not a equitable measurement for fires. I think in terms of fires, we should consider the dangers posed by the industry as opposed to the number of employees. Anyway, that's my only comment. I guess we're asking for direction.
Is it, Mayor, it's just a presentation?
Okay, just to receive? All right, fantastic. Well, then we're ready to move on to the next item.
Thank you.
If I may, Antonio, can you briefly restate what the proposed next steps are in the timeline? Because our infamous state audit report does have a corrective action around fees. And so we're trying to be more timely. And so I know Antonio is going to work with the clerk's office, issue the public notice. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. We do have to issue a public notice right now. The current expected date to come back is May 7th. With the new updates at the state level, the notice has to be farther out. So right now, we're expecting to come back on May 7th. It'll be the proposed ordinance for the impact fees as well as the regular master fee schedule update, which is mostly based on employment cost index changes. Additionally, working on the transportation impact fee study, but before we can work on that, Public Works is doing a transportation study. So once that is ready, probably towards the end of the year, we can refocus and use that report as part of the traffic impact fee update.
Okay, so then we'll look forward to more updates in May.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item?
Next item. Our next item is item P3, and that is to receive a presentation on the draft soccer field and park amenities assessment prepared by CSW ST2.
Go ahead.
Where's the mayor?
I am
Oh.
now.
Oh.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, I'm the Public Works Director. And with me tonight, I have Mr. Tawfiq Halabi, our Deputy Public Works Director for Operations and Maintenance, Mr. Greg Hardesty, who's our Parks and Landscape Superintendent, and we have also with us our consultant CSW, represented by Mr. Robert Stevens, who's here behind us, and joining us online and who's gonna make the presentation about the progress with the soccer fields. It's Marcia Valier. I'm gonna ask KCRT to bring the presentation and let Marcia join us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm Marcia Valier. Thank you so much for allowing me to present this project to you tonight, Mayor and City Council members. If you'll change to the next slide, please. The purpose of the project was to review existing parks within Richmond to identify upgrades to courts and fields, and especially soccer fields for recreation, practice, and competition. Next slide, please. So the soccer groups came to council last year, and they were asking for more access to fields. And so the council responded by securing some funding for that and gave recommendations to staff to implement short-term projects of fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25, and implement existing grant-funded projects, keep looking for grants to upgrade parks and fields, look and make sure that we are having an equitable allocation of resources around the city for our fields, and look at continued negotiations with West Contra Costa Unified School District for joint use, and reach out to the community members and park users within the community to see what they want to do with their parks. Next slide, please. So the assessment that we did is based on the 2010 Richmond Parks Master Plan, which what that plan does, and many of you know this, but basically what it does is it inventories the city parks and the types of parks and park offerings that the city has for its residents, and it establishes a level of service, like 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 people. That's one of the standards, and it also makes recommendations on upgrades and modifications to the existing park system. Next slide, please. So just by way of review, the city has 50 parks, now 51, with Miraflores being added in there, almost 250 acres of parks. It had, during that 2010 plan, 7 joint use sites, and that is not part of the current offerings that the community has today. We also have rich regional parks as well as a National Historical Park from the National Park Service. So that's kind of a wonderful thing that the city does have. Next slide, please. So what we did, and thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin, for asking us to update to 2021 data. So right now, the population has increased by around 10,000, 11,000 people. In 2010, it was 105 approximately. Now it's 116,000. And the percentage of population under the age of 18 has increased since then, as well as the members and residents over 65 years of age. So that tells us that that youth sports and seniors constitute a really large segment of the population that use the park offerings. Next slide, please. So looking at the level of service, again, the city of Richmond established in that 2010 plan 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. And right now, citywide, we have a deficit and we're sitting at 2.12 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. And some council districts meet that and some don't. So next slide will show that. So if you're looking at your district, districts 1, 2, 3, and 6 are below the 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, and districts 4 and 5 are within or above that 3 acres. And with Council members Abetta mentioned, at Hilltop, if you bring in more residents, then that will increase the deficit, for instance, in District 2. So looking at the different districts, we have the outlying areas and the Marina Bay area, the El Sobrante and Marina Bay are okay, but the central core of Richmond and north area of Richmond are not meeting that standard. Next slide, please. So what we did is we looked at the deficits of parkland offerings and field and court offerings from 2010 to 2020. And because of the population increase of approximately 11,000 people, there has been an increase. The greatest lack of standard is the soccer fields. In 2010, there was a 19 field deficit, and now there's a 23 field deficit. We also have an increased deficit for baseball, softball, football, as well as basketball. And one of the things that says to us is that we need to do more to provide space for youth sports. And in January, the city council recognized the soccer organizations and other organizations like them for their role in community service to youth and contributing toward a reduction in violent crime and providing healthy and safe activities. So that, so looking at this and trying to address that need is very important, and it's something that the council has recognized. Next slide, please. So again, the greatest deficit is in soccer, and in the parks plan, it's typically recommended that you do 1 field per 3,000 residents. Because this is such a built-out area, the 1 to 5,000 is now the standard that was adopted. So again, we have 23 fields that we're looking to find, and typically those fields are joint use. Next slide, please. So the city of Richmond has close to 40 teams that are playing on the city fields right now. We have Richmond Soul, the Rayados, and the Richmond United Soccer Club. And these groups play year-round with the exception of 2 to 3 weeks in December. And they play against Albany Berkeley Soccer League, West County Youth Soccer League, as well as the East Shore Alliance groups. So they're playing with the groups in town as well as groups from the surrounding community. Next slide, please. The current places that the groups play there's very limited access to Tom Bates Regional Sports Park, but that's one of the places that they play. Martin Luther King Jr. Park, that's one of 2 fields within the city of Richmond that is dedicated for soccer. The rest are all joint use. Booker T. Anderson Park. Booker T is also used by softball, baseball, and football. Country Club Vista Park, which is the second of 2 parks within the city that's dedicated to soccer. Shields Reed, Nickel Park, that's also used by multiple sports groups, and then Wendell Park. Next slide, please. So those other sports are the fantastic Richmond Little League. We've got the City and Richmond PAL flag football. We've got the Junior Giants, the Richmond Steelers, and the East Bay Cyclones. So there's close to 70 teams that are also using these joint use fields. So you can see that there's a great need for upgrades to fields for not only soccer, but all sports fields. Next slide, please. So the groups, the recreation department is doing a good job of making sure that the uses don't overlap as much as possible. But the other field sports, baseball, softball, and football, play at Booker T, Nickel, Boyd Park, Belding Garcia, North Richmond Ball Fields, and Tiller Park. Next, please. So for basketball, that's another sport that we're seeing a deficit at. The city has 15 parks where the courts are available. Next slide, please. But we don't have as many courts as we need. So we're looking at about 6 additional courts. So to provide support for league play, we ask the groups what they would need. Parking is important to bring all the people playing and practicing, accessible path of travel, restrooms and drinking fountains, spectator areas, fencing so that balls don't go into adjacent properties or other park uses, play areas for non-participating siblings so that they can come along and play, storage for goals and equipment, and then lighting for evening play. Those are the things that the group said that they needed. Next slide. So in talking with the soccer groups about their needs, we found that they need 2 different sizes of fields. We need the U10, which is for under 10 years old, for practice and matches. And then we need the larger field for players 13 to 18-year-old and above. And so we're looking at about 6 to 10 for the larger fields and 13 to 17 for the smaller fields. Next slide, please. So this is just giving you the size of the fields. The U10 fields are smaller and it's easier to find those within the joint use multi-purpose fields. They're anywhere between 35 to 45 yards wide to 65 yards long. Next slide. The U13 are a little bigger than that, and it makes it a little harder to find those because those are competition size. Those are anywhere between 50 and 80 yards wide by 100 to 120 yards long. And when these fields are longer and wider, they're also able to be used for football, for full-size high school football. Next slide, please. So we started looking at all the parks within the city, the neighborhood level and community level parks, and we found about 18 to 20 parks and up to about 34 places where we could find fields. The West Contra Costa Unified School District has about 4 to 6 places that we could find fields, so totaling about, again, 34. Next slide, please. So we started looking at, okay, how can we deliver some soccer and multi-purpose field upgrades and court upgrades to the community. And so one of the things we are started to look at was, of course, increasing maintenance staff and budget so that those fields and the parks that could offer places for play and practice could be used. When fields are regular grass, natural grass, they have to be rested when it rains and between high uses. So that would help kind of offset some of the demand for these fields that they currently practice at. We're also looking to pursue joint use agreements with West Contra Costa Unified School District. And I've got some fun news about that. And then upgrading existing facilities are the basic recommendations that we've come up with. Next slide, please. So as far as maintenance goes, we looked at the National Recreation and Parks Association document. They do reports every few years, and the 2023 report, it did a nationwide agency performance review. And out of that, what they were able to do is they were able to show just for a municipality like Richmond, how many full-time equivalent employees or FTEs you need per 10,000 residents, how much of that is dedicated to maintenance. And then it kind of gives you these ballpark ideas of what you should be spending and what would be appropriate for your maintenance budgets. So since this slide was prepared, the staff in the Parks Department is actually 34, not 39, and it's managed by 3 park supervisors overseen by Greg Hardesty, the park superintendent, and there's 50 parks that the group takes care of. And using that, the National Park and Recreation Association standard, the city of Richmond with 39 staff would need 8.7, but because it's only 34, 13.65 staff are needed above the current 34 staff that is in place right now. Next slide, please. So increasing maintenance and funding would be very helpful. West Contra Costa Unified School District facilities can offer a lot to our community, especially since the community is so built out and there's not a lot of open space for new parks. So the soccer groups have also advocated the surrounding municipalities as well as the county. And so Contra Costa County is funding something called the Plays Initiative. And what they're doing is they're funding the cost of custodial fees that the district charges for their facilities. And they're looking at, which is about 75% of the cost that clubs pay to use school facilities. And it makes it very cost prohibitive because most of the programs are free to Richmond youth. And so the other thing that they're doing as part of that Plays Initiative is looking at funding a part-time staff member that would work at the district and help schedule the facilities, both indoor and outdoor facilities for Richmond. There's also the System Change Collaborative, which is a group that the supervisor is working on gathering people from all the municipalities as members to this group. And I know the mayor is part of that group. It just started to look at joint use of the school sites. So the county is assisting the city with trying to get this joint use started back up. Next slide, please. So what can we do? You have allocated $4.2 million of ARPA funding from fiscal year 23-24 to improve soccer fields, courts, and lighting, restrooms, and other things to really expand the usability of the fields. So we've made a recommendation for the fields that are most used by and facilities most used by the group soccer fields that has the greatest deficit within the city of Richmond. But not only have we tried to target that, but we've also tried to target additional facilities and upgrades for the other sports that we've been looking at as well. So Wendell Park, we're recommending of that 4.2 million, 1.8 million would go towards renovating the existing natural grass, upgrading the irrigation system, installing booster pumps and other smart controllers and things like that to upgrade the irrigation system, renovating the softball infield and play field, and then installing new fencing, backstops, and seating, as well as a single stall restroom. Now, typically, neighborhood level parks are parks that you walk to, but because this facility is, and you don't need restrooms, but because this facility is used for recreational sports, a restroom is truly needed with the drinking fountain. Shields Reed Park is another park that's very heavily used, and we're recommending an additional $5.1 million be added to the current project. There's a approximately $5 million renovation that's happening right now at Shields Reed Park. It's out to bid, so we need to add an addendum to that very quickly to be able to get the grass renovated in a large sports in the area that's not being done by the current grant. We'd renovate the grass and irrigation system, softball infield, and resurface the basketball courts, as well as installing new fencing, backstop seating, and conduits for lighting. We don't have the funding to do the lighting at this time, but we'd like to put the infrastructure in so that it can be lit in the future. And then at Martin Luther King Jr. Park, which is one of the dedicated soccer fields that's very heavily used by the community, we'd like to renovate the existing restroom structure for $100,000. And we have a chunk of money left. We've got $300,000 that is a contingency, and it could be used for enhancement to the other options, Shields Reed, Wendell, and/or Martin Luther King Park, as well as we have about $500,000 that's been set aside for permits, management, professional fees, other soft costs, and potentially maybe if there's money left over that can go back into the contingency and also help fund additional work that we are recommending. Like for instance, at Wendell Park, there the courts there had been converted to futsal, and we, in support of trying to have stuff for the younger kids to do, possibly renovate the play area. At Martin Luther King Jr., since that's so heavily used, potentially that additional contingency could be used for just a brand new restroom. Shields Reed Park is getting a brand new restroom, and it's the first, it's called Exelu, and it's a restroom that is great. It's self-cleaning, and it does a lot of, locks down and things like that. And so that would be the first spot that the city would use this particular restroom. And we could do that at Martin Luther King too. Shields Reed Park, what we could do with additional money if we had it would be to install field lights so it can be used during the evenings and for competition play. Next slide, please. So if you had additional funds for 24 and 25, we have some additional recommendations for those three sites as well. If you did have additional funds, anywhere between $5 to $7 million, we could install artificial turf at Wendell Park and Shields Reed Park, as well as lighting, to make those facilities a lot more playable. And for Martin Luther King, again, we could replace the restroom. And here's a crazy idea: converting the baseball field to artificial turf so it is a multi-use field with fencing and lighting. We know long-term, we have a recommendation long-term for Martin Luther King Jr. Park. Next slide. So with the short-term upgrades, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we really get out there and engage the community. And the soccer groups are very excited and looking forward to help with outreach for implementing one or more of these projects. And so as an example, we were looking at Wendell Park for doing that outreach. Next slide, please. What we would do is we would create this really robust engagement and look at talking to the neighborhood councils and the leagues. And typically what we do is we come up with alternatives and take it through the process, and then we come up with the master plan and then construction drawings to implement the final plan that the community supported. So I know the community groups and LaShonda is crafting an approach to do community outreach for this and other parks so that there is great involvement and support in the upgrade of the fields. Next slide, please. So in the midterm, we've gone district by district and made recommendations for what we could do in each district. So for District 1, Lucas Park and Belding Garcia are the two parks that we think would be great to upgrade because they are places that we would have good field sports and courts. So for Lucas Park, we'd really love to see short-term getting the grass and the irrigation system and the softball field and fencing created. But long-term, we'd like to see applying for a grant to eliminate, there's a large areas of paving right now, and we'd like to potentially reconfigure that park, possibly with artificial turf and multi-use fields, expand basketball, tennis, maybe not pickleball, I'm just kidding, new play areas, and upgrade a restroom at that site. There's an existing restroom there right now. Belding Garcia, what we'd like to do is work with West Contra Costa Unified School District on a joint use agreement for a practice field at Cesar Chavez Elementary, because there's field space there, but it would be nice to expand that in District 1. District 2, Country Club Vista, is the other soccer field that, or place that has a dedicated soccer field, but it also has a softball, baseball field. And so potentially we can install artificial turf there as well, possibly a restroom. We'd need to the access is not as great as it could be there, so we need to work on some parking and access from Park Ridge Drive and Hilltop Drive. Shields Reed Park, again, if we had the funds, it'd be fantastic to be able to go ahead and get the lighting and artificial turf in. And then at North Richmond Ball Field, we'd like to renovate the existing grass and add soccer goals and additional fencing and potentially a play area. Or at Verde Elementary, maybe we could do some kind of a joint use agreement with Verde for play. Next slide, please. In District 3, Martin Luther King Jr. Park has a master plan, and within the midterm, it would be nice to be able to look at doing that artificial turf field in the field that's currently baseball right now, and then adjust the master plan to potentially really give to create that area as kind of a sports complex by adding possibly 2 fields that could be both softball, baseball, and 2 full-size soccer fields, as well as additional basketball courts, renovate the play area, and tennis courts. The tennis and basketball courts have been redone recently at Martin Luther King Jr. Park, but we'd like to expand that. And Borman Park, we currently have a grant for $4 million, Prop 84, and a $3 million general fund contribution. Thank you very much. With an additional $2 million, we could cover the additional full park program, but it will be an artificial turf U10 field, restroom, basketball court, fitness area, children's play area, shade structure, and a walking trail and fitness. I already said that. Boyd Park, which is also in District 3, it's down by Atchison Village. That would be, we already have a grant application ready for that one to go, which would be a multi-purpose grass field, basketball courts, children's play area. There'd be a garden. There'd be some interpretation of history there. So it would be a really fun project. Unity Park Phase 2, again, we also have a grant application ready for that one to have a U10 fenced artificial turf field, parking, skate park, so a second skate park within the city, resurfacing the basketball court, and creating a dog park. I know dog parks are in high demand. So we're looking at not only the fields and courts, but we're looking at some upgrades in addition at each of the parks. Nickel Park. Now, Nickel Park is the city's, quote, central park. And a joint use agreement with Lavanya Dijon School right next door would provide a lot of opportunity for expanded courts and fields, as well as possibly full renovation of that park. It's incredibly expensive, but it would be really great. $20 to $30 million for that 21-acre site. John F. Kennedy Park would be to renovate the field and layout for the multi-purpose field. That's a lower cost alternative, but it's also a really nice alternative to create more play in certain areas of the city. Next slide, please. District 4. So District 4 has Hilltop Park right now, but what many people don't know is half of that park is a joint use with the city and with the school district. And the school district has the property right adjacent to it that is on their surplus property list. It would be a good thing for the city to buy that portion or possibly do some kind of an exchange with the district to expand that for a grass, soccer, and multi-purpose field. District 5, Booker T. Anderson Park. Now, let me just say that both District 4 and 5 currently do not have park deficits in their offerings of 3 acres per 1,000 people. However, we're still looking at every district having an equitable distribution of parks. So District 5, Booker T. Anderson Park is a fantastic facility, and that would be another wonderful location for a sports complex. Taking those fields that are currently baseball, softball, soccer, football, and creating a large artificial turf multi-sports field, renovate the play area, get a new restroom in there, concession building, new basketball, tennis, field lighting, and parking. And then State Court Park, which is adjacent to Kennedy Park, would be a great place for a multi-purpose baseball, softball, soccer, football field. And then District 6, reconfiguring Tiller Park would be great to expand. Right now, that's where the softball, baseball plays, and it would be great to kind of expand some of that area so that there would be more room for the smaller kid soccer fields as well. And then working with the district to negotiate joint use of the Michelle Obama Elementary School for recreational soccer. Next slide. So long-term, what we'd like to do is we'd like to apply for grants, both mid and long-term. Majority of the city's upgrades to their parks is through grant funding. And we'd like to work with the community to identify priorities and make sure that we're tracking along with the community's desires, not only with the demographics and the deficits that help point us towards where the need is greatest, but we'd like to really get in there and talk with the community about what they need. Next slide, please. So again, the next steps for us would be to finalize the park concept plans for the proposed field and court improvements for the fiscal year 23, 24, 24, 25. Evaluate the cost to construct and maintain all of the fields within the city, coordinate with the community and stakeholders to really prioritize park improvements, and then evaluate the resources required, the maintenance level to maintain the parks at the optimum level so that they're playable and they deliver what the community needs. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, that is the next slide. Okay, with that, I'll stop talking.
Mayor, if I may just add in closing, and thank you again, Marcia. We understand that it's important that we show results because the community has significant needs. In the short term, staff will work with Marcia Vallier and Robert Stevens to bid out the work that was identified on page 24. That's the $4.2 million that's identified for ARPA. We need to move that along expeditiously over the next 2 months to get the bid packages out to enable us to meet the ARPA deadlines. And the concept is that we'd be convening the consultants and getting the bid packages out. And 2 months is an aggressive timeline, but if we don't meet that, it'll be very difficult for us to expend the ARPA dollars on time. And then as we're planning fiscal year 24, 25, we'll do the mid-year, and then over the next 5 years for the CIP budget, we'll do the remaining long-term.
Yeah, once again, I would like to take public comment before we do questions and commentary.
We have 2 in-person speakers. Anyone that's joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. 2 speakers are Santiago Mendoza and Sam Torres. You'll each have 2 minutes to address the council. Please come forward. Santiago Mendoza.
Yes. Ready? All right. I've been here since 6:30, so I'm a little bit tired. So my brain's kind of, I work 10-hour shift, but pretty much I'm here for the kids and all that. And by what I heard today, there's money to move on with the project, right? So I'm just here again, like we've been here begging, pretty much begging you guys for the kids, that we need soccer fields, and not only us, football, baseball, we need fields. We need the fields to get fixed. There's fields. We don't need land. We have parks, right? Me as a coach, when I go around parks, I'm like, man, if I had the money and I had the authority, like I will bring much construction, because I work in construction. I'll bring and then trust me, I'll have a field ready in a month for the kids to be ready to work. And we, like they say, soccer's a whole year round. We year round we're practicing, we're playing. And honestly, in my point of view, if you guys go at least with 2 fields, turf fields, it's not a lot of maintenance on it, and it lasts for a long time. Like right now, trust me, the only field that I really know about soccer is MLK. I never knew about the other one. The other one does not even have soccer goals, so I really don't look at that one as a soccer field right now. So honestly, right now, we just have one field, MLK Park, and that's getting shared by Richmond United, Richmond Soul, and that field is like this. It's packed Monday through Friday. And trust me, with all that running with soccer cleats and all that, and the field's holy. If it was a grass field, hell, it'd be gone right now. We'll be pretty much practicing in dirt.
Your time has expired.
Oh, thank you. I wish I
Thank
had
you.
more time, but thanks a lot.
Sam Torres.
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you so much for moving forward with the proposed budget and for the fields that are being proposed. I'm fully behind this and I'm really excited for it. I do ask that we consult with our neighborhood leaders, our neighborhood councils, community organizations to get their buy-in. Me, out of all people, understand the urgency to quickly move forward on these contracts and these bids. However, I don't want to repeat mistakes from the past where we've rushed into things without consulting the neighborhoods and then only to have to make changes later on that really have negative consequences. So in the spirit of learning from past mistakes, please get buy-in from neighborhoods, neighborhood leaders. With that said, in November, I was holding a practice at MLK Field. It was after the time change, and in the soccer world, time change can completely change the way that we run our organization, no lie. Like that 1 hour makes a huge difference. So come November, where it's 6 p.m. and it's pitch black, we need a practice and filled with lights. I have a video somewhere on my Facebook of me counting the number of children on that field. Over 100 kids were on the field at once, okay? That is not safe for anybody, but what other choice do these kids have, right? We don't have anywhere else to play, really. Luckily, we, like I was mentioned already, Contra Costa County and Supervisor John Joya are supporting in increasing access to the school fields, and that's been a great improvement. But again, like always dealing with new challenges, now it's spring season. I'm planning programs for 4- and 5-year-olds to play soccer, children with wheelchairs and special needs, and I can't find a single field in the city of Richmond that is adequate with flat turf and well-maintained. I can't find a field before 6:30 p.m. So I'm going to be asking kids in wheelchairs, kids with special needs like autism, and 4- and 5-year-olds to be practicing soccer at 7 p.m. because that's all we have. So we need fields, we need them now. Please move quickly. Thank you.
All right.
We have one more speaker.
Oh, okay.
Online.
The speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you may begin.
Okay, so please don't take this as me being anti-community or anti-recreational sports, because I'm not. I'm very, very much in favor of those things. At the same time, while it's possible to raise a child to be in a healthy and happy way and not have them participate in recreational sports, it is not possible to raise a healthy and happy child if they don't have adequate housing, if they don't have stability in their lives. We're talking about millions of dollars invested in artificial turf when we don't have housing. And that just seems crazy to me. There's a finite amount of open space available for this sort of thing. And if you have to choose, I mean, I'm down with soccer fields, that's fine. But there's a way of balancing the two things out. Like I said, there's a finite amount of space. Some of it needs to be allocated for very low income housing projects, because kids in very low income families and adults from very low income families, seniors, have to be allowed to live someplace. And the city council has been dragging its feet on this issue. It has not, it's failed the community. It's failed, and that needs to change. And you need to allocate some of this space to house people. Stop promising you'll do it and do it. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
Mayor, if I may, I think it's really important to acknowledge the City Council's leadership on affordable housing. And in the last year alone, there's been $60 million that has been allocated for affordable housing in our community with the Metro Walk project, with Nevin, and with the grants that we've received from the state. And so I really think it's important that the community know that we think we can do both things concurrently. We can provide safe spaces for our young people to be in parks and to have community, and we can provide services to residents that need affordable housing. And I just want to thank the council for their leadership in enabling us to do both.
Thank you for that. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Thank you so much for the presentation. This is a really exciting topic and news about actually City Council allocating money and looking at this plan that is really clear. So thank you for the presentation and for all the work that you are doing. I have questions about the maintenance because so now we have currently 34. How many staff in the park we had budgeted, like budgeted staff? And how many vacancies do we have? So.
Well, we have 34 positions for Parks and Landscape Division.
But how many we budgeted?
I don't have that number with me right now, but I can definitely send it to you.
Yeah, because I think like what this is saying to us is that in order for have appropriate maintenance, we will need 13.7 new staff in the park. So I just want to make sure that, so that means all of these will be new, or some of them are like, how many budgeted we have and how many we will need to allocate, you know?
We can develop a maintenance schedule, but I think it's going to depend on the improvements that the community wants. And so once we have a draft of the plans, then we can make a maintenance schedule based on that.
Yeah, because we have 50 parks.
Right, because some have bathrooms, some don't. If it's a grass field. So once we have a thorough understanding of the improvements, then we can make a maintenance plan.
Marcia, I have like.
Yes.
So you are saying that, like, I just want to make sure I am understanding right. So we allocated $4.2 million, and the idea is to do some renovation and work on Wendell Park, Shield Reed, and MLK Park. But then you say that that you will need an additional $5.5 to $7 million for the same parks to just kind of like get better, or just adding and finishing?
Yeah, so thanks for that question. So one of the things that we're thinking about is we have existing grass fields, but one of the things that artificial turf does is it expands the usability of the fields. You can place year-round rain, sun, and so we want to get artificial turf in a couple of locations. And if we had additional funds, ARPA funds, we could put artificial turf in at 2 of the heavily used sites. And the other thing that we could do is we could get lighting in that would address the evening uses, time change, all that stuff. Because those were the things that were really important, is usability and lighting. Those were 2 key things that we were trying to address, possibly with additional funds.
Well, I just want to propose to the City Council. You don't need to say yes right now, but we have $7 to $8 million that it was proposed to us for CIP budget. We didn't approve that, and I think maybe that money could be allocated to really finish this and just and put the money so we had the facilities, upgrade the facilities in the way that are needed, and show the community that we are supporting youth and activities. So this is my idea for.
We could certainly
what?
do that, Vice Mayor Jimenez. What we would bring as a subsequent companion item after we talk to the regulatory agencies regarding the mitigation projects is then in the past, we've used the risk reserve for the landslide areas. We would bring an item for the 4.1 million to come from the risk reserve to deal with the mitigation projects that we're required to do statutorily. So that would be how we could do both.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yeah, so first off, just thank you for all the work on this. It's, I think, long overdue for the community. They were really wanting these resources, and, you know, we're moving them relatively fast in city terms, which is great. I am concerned about kind of what Councilmember Jimenez was getting at. We don't have enough staff to maintain what we have in terms of parks. And if we're adding in high maintenance fields, which I believe grass fields are more maintenance than turf fields, then that exacerbates the problem. And I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about what the benefit of making sure that when we do these renovations that they're with turf rather than grass, what the benefit might be in terms of maintenance and considering our current state of maintenance.
So, and this is Marcia Valier again. So basically what that would do is it would reduce the amount of time that the fields would have to rest between rains and things like that. So the artificial turf would be the best option to provide playable space for the year-round soccer and field use. So the maintenance is less. Typically what you do is with the artificial turf, all you need to do is rake the infill or rake the rubber infill, and you can do that once yearly. There are companies that come in and do that for you, and what they do is they come in and they take all the infill out with the machine and they reset it so that you meet the attenuation requirements. But the other thing that it does is you don't water it. The only way you do have irrigation heads that wet down the turf that can kind of settle the infill. It also cleans off the turf now and then, but it cools the turf because the artificial turf is a little warmer than it has a higher temperature than natural grass. So of those ARPA funds, what we were trying to do is we were trying to address as many of the places that the clubs play at this point. And the 23-24 funds, we were using grass fields because we wanted to at least get those fields in really good shape and get the irrigation systems in there and get the infrastructure in there, redo the infields for the softball and get some fencing that and in the case of Shields Reed basketball court resurfacing as well. So we were trying to do that. But if you would prefer, you could take that and do one field artificial turf with lights. But again, we were trying to get multiple places renovated with that first set of ARPA funds.
I appreciate that approach. I do feel like we need more than one field, but I guess my question also is kind of like, if we were able to find additional funds, will we still be able to make the ARPA deadlines if we change to artificial turf? And then I still have the maintenance question, and I kind of want to ask that maintenance question in light of, I believe, Shields Reed, MLK Park, and I'm not sure if Wendell
It would be helpful if we knew, like this meeting, that's the direction the council wanted to go in, so we could bring back a council item with you approving that direction at our next meeting, if we can have a consent calendar or on then we could do that. If we keep waiting, it would make it more difficult.
Okay. So another maintenance question, and that has to do with, I believe that these parks that we're recommending to do these improvements are in the general fund area. And I also believe that some of the park staff that are identified in that count are designated as like marina only or other places only, like non-general fund. Can you tell me the number of park staff that are dedicated just to the general fund area?
Yeah, we currently have 13 FTEs at the moment, and we have one maintenance aide on board, and we have 4 going through background checks right now. So that would give us a little bit more once they pass background. The one field in the Hilltop District is Country Club Vista, and that is where the HLMD staff would maintain that portion and not general fund.
And can you speak a little bit to, from your perspective, the difference between having to maintain a grass field as opposed to the turf field?
Yeah, so natural grass, we would have to, we would have to mow it, we'd have to edge it, we'd have to work on the irrigation, we'd have to keep it resodded, replanted, and we'd have to make it rest. We'd have to let it rest during the winter months. Our artificial turf just requires us to go out there and pick up various litter, and then we would hire a consultant or a vendor to come out and do the fluffing and the replacement of the particles that are the safety particles that are in there. It's very minimal maintenance.
So it seems like a higher upfront cost, but then over time, it's a much reduced cost.
One of the things with artificial surface, maybe Marcia can correct me if I'm wrong, is that every 8 to 10 years is the life on artificial surface. So it would need to be replaced every 8 to 10 years.
Thank you.
Right, so that would need to, correct, Greg, you would need to factor in a replacement of turf, just like we did at Martin Luther King. We just replaced that turf 2 years ago, I think it was, and that cost us around $500,000 for the turf, because you have so it's not the full replacement cost, it's just the replacement of the actual carpet, because the base typically, in my opinion, I like to use a very traditional tried and true base of rock drainage rather than the drainage tiles that some artificial turf uses. But yeah, it's a 10 to 12, even 15-year replacement, depending on the turf you use and the amount of people on it.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Marcia, great presentation. I forwarded it along to people in my district, especially those in the Hilltop area, because that's where one of the parks we're looking at for the Country Club Vista. I want to start off with, I want to level set. What are we considering a park? Because I'm looking at the presentation, and are we looking in the presentation at possible fields for sports, or are we looking at parks in general?
So the charge was to look for sports fields, places. So the sports fields are actually defined as areas that have specific space and size requirements. And so the city's park plan offers residents a range of park opportunities, all the way down from pocket parks to neighborhood level parks, which is within a half a mile of people's homes, community parks, which serves people within a mile or more, and then regional parks. So there's a broad offering, and within those parks, there are different uses, play areas, walking, we've even got bocce. We've got a whole bunch of different things that happen in all of the parks within the city. But our charge was to look at the field uses for courts and fields. Did that answer your question?
I'm looking, yeah, that helps there. Thank you. I'm looking at slide number 8 for parks level of service. And my concern is that District 2 seems to show that it doesn't have a lot of parks. Right, we're saying parkland acres 25.6, and we have a lot of regional parks we have the Hilltop
Correct.
Lake, we have, that's not regional, that's city, but we have the Hilltop Lake that's not shown as being a park as part of this presentation. We have Point Pinot, we have a lot of other regional parks. And what I'm getting at is I want to make sure that as we're putting time and effort into, thank you for this slide here, as we're putting time and effort, I would love to be able to put more time and effort into District 1 and District 6, because parkland per acres, District 6 is 7.3 and District 1 is 17.3. In District 2, I don't believe is 25.6 if we take into account the regional parks. Point Pinot Regional Parks is many acres of parkland there. And then down by Point Richmond, you've got Miller Knox Parks, also lots of acres of park there. So I don't want to shortchange other parts of our community that are really struggling with more parks, like District 6, just 7.3, and then District 1, 17.3. So that's why I was asking.
That's a fantastic point. That's a fantastic point. And what we looked at as far as the deficit was city-owned properties. And you're correct in assuming and saying that like District 2, your district has a lot of regional parks. So absolutely correct. So we can make that, we can put that caveat in the report. So
Thank you.
thanks.
We appreciate that, because the core of the city is where we have built, we've paved over our park spaces. And then we need to unpave some of those spaces and reuse them so that people there can have more access. I feel like District 2, especially in the pockets at Hilltop and Point Richmond, I'm 5 minutes away from a park, right? And I think the other individuals might not have that same luxury. A question for parks, for the lights in the bathrooms, and going as well into the staffing a little bit, but once I get this question, when are the lights going to go on and off, assuming we put lights on in some of these parks, and also for the bathrooms? When will this be turned on and off? And if the parks have gates, who and when will the gates be unlocked? It's all for the access, and also for, as we plan for staffing, that we know that we're going to need staffing early in the morning and later in the evening to turn on or off and open and close.
So recreation staff actually assists with us on that, CSD. And it depends on their programming on when the lights go on and off, the field lights. So I would imagine if they had field rentals way into the evening, they leave them on, and they would turn off automatically too, depending on what schedule they set. And they also assist with the restrooms. So, you know, as you guys know, we do keep the restrooms locked most of the time. So recreation staff will unlock them during program hours that they're holding. And so they would also relock them. They would lock them as well.
Yeah, I would say it hasn't been decided yet, because it depends on, for example, if a lot of times we have partnerships with nonprofit organizations like on the Greenway. And so if a particular soccer group is, you know, signed up to be at Shields Reed at a certain time, then staff would work with them to make sure that they have access. So it just depends on the utilization and what the final program is, but we can provide that to the council with the maintenance schedule once it's determined.
Thank you. And then I want to give a little bit of context as well, and I know that it's not necessarily apples to apples, but it's somewhat of similar fruit here. The HLMD has approximately between 10 and 12 full-time staff maintaining just the HLMD area. And then Marina Bay has about 8 or so?
About the same.
About the same,
yeah,
okay.
12, yeah.
So in those two pockets, just from my college to see, in those two pockets, we have 12 people on one side and 12 people on the other side, and we have about 12 people for the rest of the city. So just putting it in context. How much more we're going to need, or how much more we need now we're going to, we already do, to be able to maintain all of them. Excuse me. And as we're looking as we're looking for other parks, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to put it out there as well, that we're looking for not just a couple of different sports, but we also look at, I know, pickleball that's hot out there right now. Pickleball, tennis, dog parks, and other uses, because people are going to need those uses. Not everybody's going to be able to play one particular sports. So I want to make sure that we're taking into account as many possible sports or uses for our parks. Do we currently have, or are we going to be getting a system for people to be able to book the fields?
There's a system in place now.
And that,
It's with recreation.
and then we're getting a little bit of revenue from there. People are paying.
It's not revenue. It's not designed to be revenue generating based on the policy direction of the council.
Okay, but people can still go in there and book it, and everyone knows not to.
I mean, right now we don't have enough space, so
Okay.
it's overcrowded.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the turf, I believe it was last year that Governor Newsom signed a new law into effect, allowing cities to ban turf due to health concerns. Turfs create PFAS, which is a contaminant, and they also create microplastics. So as we're looking to, and I agree with turf to some extent because it's needed. You can use it 24/7 and rain or shine, it's usable. But I also want to make sure that we caution ourselves and not be able to put something in that later on we might need to take it out, especially if the kids are going to be running in these potentially 24/7 if we allow them in there. So there could be health concerns in there. There's a new law, so if we can take that into consideration as we're planning what health concerns are out there with turf. They can also be overheated, which is something the governor put out there in the bill as well. So we can take a look at that bill. We are not banning it, as far as I know, as the city council currently, but because other cities are, and the state has allowed it to be banned, I want to make sure that we're cautious there. Hilltop Park, I know we list a lot of parks out there, and one of them that we're missing out is Hilltop Lake as a possible park for other uses. We might not be able to fit a soccer field, but we could potentially use it for other little stuff in there, even a dog park or something else. But in Hilltop Park in District 4, I was just told that it's actually not owned by the city. And I want to see if somebody can check it. It seems to be
I can tell you about that. So of the area that's improved, half of that is city property, and the other half of the improved area is West Contra Costa Unified School District. And then the rest of the property, they've taken the school down years ago, but that property is on their surplus list. Sam Torres, one of the folks in the audience, she's on that committee with West Contra with the school district. It's hard to say that. And she might be able to address some of that. But one of the ideas behind that is the district is looking at potentially taking those surplus sites and using them for teacher housing and or revenue generation or things like that. So that's something when we're talking with the school district, we can try and find out a little bit more. The city has a park in District 4 that is not usable for it's not usable for fields or courts, but it would be a great dog park site. It would be fantastic for housing. And so there may be kind of an idea that maybe we could switch properties. So there's a lot of ideas that we have on how to meet needs for park goers, and things other than just the courts and fields. So we've got lots of ideas.
Thank you. And what I was also told, and if somebody could confirm it, that the piece of the park that we are leasing from West County Unified School District, I think our bill is due. So we might not be up to date on our billing there. We can just check it, please. And then in regards to the Country Club Vista Park, I just want to confirm it as well. There is a piece of that park that is paid from the general fund. The HLMD only pays for part of it. I believe the HLMD pays up for about 65% of it. The rest of it is paid from general fund. Supposed to be. let me caveat that, supposed to be paid from the general fund as a contribution. So as we create other pieces to the Country Club Vista Park, then that means the city contribution will have to increase as well because the usage will increase. So I want to put that out there. And
Mayor.
then the funding for the future maintenance, I really want to make sure that we're putting that in the front, and I join my colleagues in this as well, that we staff correctly and that we appropriate funding so the parks, once we build them, they can be used. So thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have just a couple questions, or actually a question and a comment. So first of all, let me lead up to this question because it sounds like some parks, some park renovations already have grants in addition to the ARPA money associated with them. And so it would seem we could and should get started on various renovations. Some may be getting started already, I don't know. So my question on that is how do these renovations get implemented? We talked about needing more staff for maintenance, but in terms of the implementation of the renovation, I assume a bid process?
Yes, so that's what I
Yeah.
was talking about, that if the city council is inclined to want to use the unspent funds to allocate additional funding beyond the 4.2 million, we would quickly put together a very broad staff report that would say allocate X amount of dollars, and
That
then
leads right into my comment.
Mhm.
The last time the capital improvement discussion came to the council, we made it clear we wanted, some prioritization, and we wanted the list of projects to come back with timelines, et cetera. So while I'm not in any way opposed to providing more money out of this $7 to $8 million for more soccer fields, I want us to look at it in a very clear-cut and balanced way, because, I mean, for example, I don't want certain things to get left off the list or get pushed on the back burner. I mean, I just got another letter today, a hard copy letter about Carlson Boulevard, and the Carlson Crosstown project is the project that's going to need more money than has already been allocated. So there are some, and these are, people are writing me, this is life and death. 2 people were killed, and 2 young people were killed, and it's true. So I don't think having us on the spur of the moment, this was receive a presentation. It wasn't an allocation of money. I don't think we should make that decision right now. I do appreciate that Vice Mayor Jimenez brought it up because, it's obvious we need more soccer fields, and we want to do right by our community in that way. But at the same time, we want to keep our roads safe, or we want to make them safer. So I guess I would say maybe add this as a potential capital improvement project to the list, and then bring it to the council, not on consent, but on, as was expected in April, with a discussion, and we can determine the use of that 7 to 8 million. I know we also talked about the next fiscal year, so some of this could come through the next fiscal year budget. I realize all that, so that's why I'm saying I'm not saying it wouldn't be useful to do it with all soccer fields. I don't know yet. I just need to wrap my brain around what the needs are and ask more questions, like, how long will it take to renovate all these parks, and is that money going to be tied up in that and not be able to be used, and it may take 4 or 5 years or 3 years, or maybe it'll take 1 year. I don't know. There is the bid process and all that, but I also just want to make sure that we we examine things. I know we all care about safe streets. We've all been talking about that. So and also our community centers need renovation and all that. So we need to look at it in the context of all the needs. I think that's what we were saying at the last meeting, and I don't want us to move away from that. I just would like this to be added to that, if that works for the rest of the council.
Thank you. I know that we've looked at parks in terms of districts, but I think we need to also look at it in terms of neighborhoods. You know, for instance, a park that was put in District 1 might also serve District 3 because it's close to each other. For instance, in District 2, there has been no conversation about Parchester Village. And I'm really disturbed that a neighborhood that is so isolated isn't being considered for parks for the people who live there. Can you tell me why Parchester Village wasn't considered?
There is an existing park in Parchester, and it's has a baseball field. And when we looked at whether it needed to be upgraded for soccer, it didn't really need to be. It's not in bad shape, and it's got a, honestly, all the city parks could use some renovation. But that particular park was not looked at as far as the courts and fields upgrades.
Okay,
Did that answer the question?
So it has adequate soccer field and adequate
It
baseball
has
field?
adequate multi-purpose field at this point. There's recreational soccer on that site, but it's not for competition play.
Okay, and what about basketball courts?
The basketball court, that one I don't know. I'll have to look into that. So I'll get back to you
what
on the
condition?
basketball court there.
No, I don't play it.
Yeah,
I walk on it.
Yeah,
The courts.
The last time I saw it, the basketball courts needed a lot of work. So,
Yeah.
so
Yes, and that's true. That's true for most, yeah.
Mhm. So, and the other consideration is, I heard you say rubber. So were you thinking of using rubber as opposed to cork on the
Oh,
turf
so
fields?
that's a really good question. So now the turf industry has come up with a lot of good options for clean infill. There's coconut husks. There's different types of rubber infill. There's a cork. There's a wide range of infill that is now being used. I just reverted to rubber because that's what I used to use in the past is the Nike blend and EPDM rubber, not the tire, ground up tire.
Yeah, well, I've played on rubber and it's not good for your lungs, and you can generally tell how bad it is by what your shoes look like at the end of a game. And I also do have concerns about PDFs, the degradation of the turf and the toxins that it leaves in the soil. So I would highly recommend cork as opposed to rubber. We've talked about kids, but what about adult play? Have we considered providing for adults?
The larger U13 fields are available for adult leagues. We were looking at youth when we were looking at the demographics. That 25%, 26% of the population is under the age of 18, and so we were looking at youth sports for as was our directive. So the larger fields are playable for adults as well.
Okay. Well, I'll make a plug for grass fields. Turf is a faster game, but it also provides the razor burns. So anyway, I guess that's it. And now Vice Mayor Jimenez, and I'll let you take over.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to follow up with the staffing because I want to understand. So you said that the like from the general fund we had 13 staff. Does this include the tree crew or no?
No, that is not including the tree crew. The tree crew adds an additional two FTEs and another one maintenance aide.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we had 13 from the general fund. We have 50 parks. How many parks the 13 from the general fund? Like how many parks are
45,
being?
45.
So we have 45 parks with 13 staff.
Yeah, not including medians and right-of-ways and open space.
So when this, because this presentation said we had 34 current staff and 50 parks.
Yeah.
So the real number is we had 34 staff, but out of them, 13 people are responsible for the maintenance of 45 parks.
Yeah, there's one main park in, well, actually, there's two parks in HLMD, and then there's and there's 4 in the Marina District, and the rest are in the general fund.
So we have 45 parks with 13 EFTs, and then 5 additional parks
that are mixed in with the districts, that special assessment districts, the
So
Marina and the HLND.
And so the rest of the staff goes there. How many for Marina and how many for Hilltop?
They're about the same. There's the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it's about 12 for each side, each district.
And how many parks in each district?
Marina has 4, and Hilltop has 2.
So for Hilltop, we had 12 people for 2 parks, and for Marina, 12 people for 4 parks. And for the rest of the city, we had 13 people for 45 parks.
Yes.
How that, like?
Yeah, well, we also have medians and right-of-ways as well that we got to maintain.
Damn.
And special events.
What was that? Could you say that?
Well, included with the 13 people in the general fund that we maintain those parks, we also maintain medians and right-of-ways and maintain the fire zones with those people.
So we are talking about here scheduling for the staff. How that is going to, like, I just want to point it out that, like, I don't know how, it's just kind of like an open eye for me about 45 parks with 13 people. If that is possible, like, how we are maintaining our parks with that staffing level.
Well, I think they're doing the best they can with the staffing levels. It's not enough. We don't have enough employees in the general fund. That's the reality.
So then the idea of this new staffing that is proposing here, which it says now that we have 34 current staff, we will need 13.7. I don't know how many of these will be new staff because we don't know how many, like, we need to know how many we budgeted. So this is for the general fund to, Marcia, you put out there. So when you talk about new staffing to meet the needs of maintenance, are these just for the general fund, like to, or is for the 45 parks, or is for the 50 parks?
So the standards that I put out there are guidelines that the city can use to allocate money as well as staff. And the city, the landscape and lighting districts, the special districts that you have certain needs, and the city parks have certain needs. I mean, feeling would be that the additional staff would go to the general fund parks because that's where the greatest need is. So that would be my opinion, but I'm not the maintenance director.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, just like last comment is that now we know why the parks looks like they look right now. So I think it's about the schedule, but it's also about what is the service and how we are going to improve services. And we want to improve services. And part of the services is to have clean and well-maintained parks. And 13 people, 13 staff for 45, I don't know like how the math will be good for having good park maintenance. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how much extra money the special districts give to park maintenance?
We're prepared to go over that with the,
Okay,
with
yeah.
the budget, because I think people have certain dispositions that regarding the finances, and I think it would be really helpful as part of the budget process for us to peel that back a bit and look at the agreements and daylight what the subsidy is from the general fund, what the city pays, and then what the city doesn't charge for. And so that way the council can get a clear idea, so we can have an equitable allocation of resources citywide.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful, because I know everyone always complains about not getting what they believe they pay for. So
I do want to note, I respect the policy direction of however the city council wants to move forward with this, but I do want to flag that if, in terms of timing, that if we are going to get bids out in June, which would enable you all to award contracts in July, and have the primary work happening in September and October, and, you know, finishing up hopefully by the end of the year, we would need to know sooner rather than later how you want to allocate the $7 million. And so if we're not going to, if you would like to wait and do that later in April, that increases the probability that we won't get the improvements done by the end of the year.
Well,
I just wanted to share that so the council has a sense of
I
what's
believe we've
required.
already given you direction to spend the ARPA funds.
Right, that's the 4.2. So I'm talking about the additional, the 4.2 has been allocated, right? And we've said, and it would come back to the council, to award the bids for the work at Wendell, Shields, Reed, and MLK. But if you want, if the council wanted to allocate additional 5 to 7, right, it would be helpful if you would like the projects completed before the end of the year for the council to let us know if that's something you're interested in, or
Right.
do you want to wait?
Would-
Because if you wait, then
Would
we
that,
won't.
would that extra 7,000 completely change the projects, or?
Marcia
could the-
can go into
could-
that.
Could the projects be done with the extra money if it's voted on, supplement what was being done?
Yeah, that's the idea, is that it would supplement. But what I'm
Right.
saying is that if we don't know soon, right, then that means the timeline for construction will be pushed out. So in terms of managing expectations around when the projects will be complete, there's just, the longer we wait to make a decision, there's a corresponding
Yeah.
impact on the delivery of the project.
Right. Well, at this point, we can't really decide anything, since we were just
Right, I'm not asking
receiving-
you to decide, but I
Okay,
want to
right.
know if I should be preparing an agenda item to come to you at the next meeting or the meeting in April, or if you're fine waiting until later in April.
Well, I think,
There's different,
yeah, I don't believe we can give you direction at this point, since we're only receiving, so.
no, the point is to have a discussion to say like what your preferences are, so then we can move forward accordingly. So then that way for like the next,
But city manager, we haven't made a decision yet because we are looking at getting all the information first. I
okay, no
realize,
problem.
I realize that you're.
I'm totally
yeah,
fine with that. I
okay.
just want to make sure
I
that
just
everyone.
don't think you could get ahead of the council that way. The
No, I'm
council
not
has
trying
to go
to.
through its process.
No, I'm totally fine with that. I just want to manage expectations around timing because I feel like staff is feeling a lot of pressure to deliver the projects this year. And I just want to set expectations that it'll be in 2025.
Okay, let me ask staff. If you had a budget to do projects, would you have to totally change the projects if you got more money?
I think we can, well, we can
Do you
work with
want
the.
Robert to respond to that since he would be doing the drawings?
Excuse me, I asked staff, so Robert can speak after. Yes, go ahead.
I think we can work with the consultant in a way that we can direct them to design things in a way that we're assuming that we count with these funds, these additional funds. So for example, to design turf, to design the lighting, to continue working in that direction, with the risk that maybe after more information, after the city council is ready to make a decision, with the risk that maybe the city council decides not to move forward with all of the parks with the additional options. And then some of the time that the consultant spent, it will be
We can't tell
extra,
the community.
right?
We can't tell the community that they're going to have lights and turf and then say
Excuse
we're
me,
not.
we're talking hypotheticals.
Right,
And we've already talked about lights. We've already talked about everything that he's proposing. So he's not bringing anything up new.
Mayor,
So
I'm saying
so
that
I
we
don't
can't have
understand what
commu-
your objection is.
My objection is we can't have a community process, right, and set false expectations around what the project can include, because
We've already discussed what the project could include. He's not saying that it will include, he's explaining what's possible.
Okay, I respectfully think that I would not want to have a community meeting and not have a clear idea of what the budget is.
Go ahead.
So I think since I was the one proposing this, which I think is a great idea to just think about how we spend this money. I also understand that the direction that we gave to the public works was to come back and with kind of like the prioritization for the CIP. And then in that prioritization, this part it can be part of that, because one of the criteria that we said is that the projects will what it was called improve the quality of life. This is obviously something that improve quality of life is part of the city council goals, right? So maybe my question is, we send that message about we want this prioritization, but we didn't have a deadline. So can we do this in April, or so we can have that discussion?
We cannot have that discussion now. We are receiving.
No, I am not saying right now. I am just talking about in April, coming with the CIP projects, and in that meeting, we can have that discussion of whether about whether we are going to approve some of this funding for the parks and how we are going to do that.
Sure, okay. So, Mr. Stevens, did you want to share your knowledge with us?
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Robert Stevens, and I'm with CSW. The only point I would make is that a lot of the ARPA-funded projects that Marcia has outlined, those plans exist. They were done. The plans for Shields Reed were actually completed in 2011, and the field improvements were never implemented. So that was a natural grass field, not a synthetic turf field, but it would be pretty trivial to get those back out and bid them on the street and get an award and get that work started. Wendell, a lot of the improvements there, those are conceptually all ready to go, a little bit of cleanup work. So the whole idea behind it is that most of the things that Marcia had presented in her proposal are really relatively a really easy lift to get them out to bid. Hopefully, early in the summer, present proposals to the council, have them approve them, and get them built. The synthetic field and the lighting is a little more complicated to get bid. It requires a little more effort, and I think our Public Works Director has a pretty good plan about working through that. I'm a little concerned about certain things, like at Shields Reed Park. I think the lighting and the synthetic field is a really great option, but I would suspect that the neighborhood would probably want to learn more about that project, because I don't believe that anybody's spoken to them about those specific improvements since I presume about 2009 and 2010. So I think that that's a little bit more of a major project than simply a synthetic turf field. So that does bring me some concern. So we'd like to, my recommendation would be to get some direction to move forward with that sooner rather than later to make sure that these improvements could get done by the end of the year.
So I was referring to, could the synthetic be done with the funds that we have?
The synthetic couldn't be done on all of them. We'd have to make a choice. You'd either, I think, invest at Shields Reed and maybe not do anything at the other ones, or you split it and do all the improvements that Marcia had presented.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
So, I'm sitting here and I'm getting a few messages from folks who are concerned about the turf and whether or not it's carcinogenic, whether or not it creates an environmental hazard. I know and I believe that is the preferred surface for the soccer teams because you can play more and get more use out of it and everything. I feel like what we need now...
Excuse me, may we suspend the rules so that we can finish this conversation?
I'll make a motion.
Just need to extend the meeting.
Extend the meeting, sorry.
If I can extend the meeting, I'll make a motion. We have one more item. Hopefully we can finish it quickly.
We do. We have one more item, item
that was
03A.
Or do you guys want to move it to next week or next
No, the
meeting?
Nepotism.
It was A3A.
03A.
03A. I couldn't read my own writing. What did I say?
Can we
continue that
My
to
item,
next week?
03A.
Have a
Can we extend this meeting until this item is finished?
Yeah.
The current item?
The current item.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that if that's a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, roll call.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
I'd like to continue.
Yes.
Can I finish
Yes,
my
yeah.
thought here?
Not
So,
yet.
I think I kind of got ahead of myself. I wanted to understand. I'm really concerned about maintenance in that we don't create another space that we can't take care of, and that's a concern on my mind. Hence the thought around turf. But I feel like there's more thought that needs to go into it. And what we really need now, I think what we need most is more places for people to play. I'd almost be more supportive of making sure there was lights than turf because there's more considerations around turf, like more things to look into. I also feel like we spent a lot of time thinking about a good process of that we should go through and to be more patient, to understand all of the demands that are currently on Public Works in terms of capital improvement projects. And I feel like that process that we laid out is actually a good process. And I'd like to actually slow our roll and wait for the information to come back so we can understand, the questions that were asked that night. How many capital improvement projects can we realistically take on at one point in time? What are the other needs? What's the priority of those projects? Which ones should we do first, second, and third? If we have those other parameters as well. I feel like I want to not jump to conclusions and push this faster than it should go. Let's just be, I feel like 2 fields plus bathrooms with ARPA funds is great. That's 2 fields more than we have, which we only have 2 currently with 1 without nets. So it will double our fields. That's pretty good. That's my thought on the issue, and I feel like there's a lot more that I'd like to wait and give folks a chance to respond to our last direction before we add different direction.
Just one quick question.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, this is a question I put by email to Director Chavarria, and that you just earlier today, so you probably haven't had a chance to respond. But maybe Councilmember Robinson has this information also. But does anybody recall? Because I know Councilmember Robinson made the motion. What date in April we asked them to come back? I mean, did we say just in April? I thought we gave a special date. I thought it was at least no later than the second meeting, which would be April 16th. The first meeting is April 2nd. So was it more April 16th or?
We are working for April 16th.
April 16th. Okay.
2020.
That sounds like an appropriate amount of time to get, rather than pushing it up too soon. Right? I mean, it sounds like that's what you're working towards, so maybe we should just keep it there, yeah.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and with that.
One moment, one last question.
If it's less than 10 minutes.
Yes. So if we have the 4.2 million to get it out of bed and all these things, do we have something this year? Or because we are not putting that much another money, we won't have this until 2025?
With the $4.2 million, we can advertise the project for bids during the summer and award most likely when we come back from the summer break.
Okay, so, and if we put more money, that will be the same process, right? Or no?
Aren't the projects going to be in 2025 if we award in September?
Mm-hmm. Award this fiscal year, contractor could start working in July and be done by the end of the year.
You can hire the guy that was saying you can get it up in a month.
Can you please respond?
So, yeah, the whole plan between Marcia spending the ARPA funds, the whole idea was that those projects are generally pretty much designed and could go to bid like soon, which we could award in late June, July-ish, get the contractor working, get that done by the end of the year.
With the current ARPA funds?
With the current ARPA funds,
Okay.
just as Marcia had outlined, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that 10-minute speech, I think we're ready to adjourn. This meeting is now adjourned.
All right.
Recording stopped.